Respect. 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 Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is day number 2, game number 4 of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. And today's encounter, Uganda versus Mozambique. And together with the third umpire, Foster, to officiate the toss. Uganda being the home team, and will do the flip. Tails is the call. Heads it is. Uganda, congratulations on winning the toss.
Yeah, we have won the toss and we are opted to bat first.
Any reason behind that?
I just want to say that we just want to be competitive in this game that we're going to play. Yeah.
And what's the mindset like going into the next game after winning the first game?
The mindset is we want to win the second game too, like the one we won yesterday. Yeah.
All the very best.
Thank you.
Mr. Charles, please come up. Did the toss work in your favor?
Today I chose bowling first because my team is good bowling, have a good bowling.
Okay, and going into the second game again, what is it that you guys are looking forward to?
Yeah, we try to taking more wickets and not dropping more catch.
And all the very best.
Thank you.
You've heard it from the toss. Team Uganda winning the toss and opting to bat first. Respect. Respect.
morning again. It's Uganda taking on Team Mozambique. Team Uganda winning the toss and opting to have bat first. Coming in looking very, very confident because they are coming into day 2 with confidence after beating Nigeria by 5 wickets on the opening day. Up in there, and first wicket goes down. It's Team Mozambique. Team Mozambique yesterday losing to Team Rwanda after Team Rwanda have scored 400 plus. And today they have said that they are just trying to come back stronger and do whatever they really want to do. And on the very second delivery, if I can say, the first one went for a wide, and the second one went into that corridor of uncertainty where the batter just wanted to go for a red cut, and unfortunately he missed everything completely just to find a fielder at gully, and without a single hesitation the fielder grabbed that opportunity. Oh my lord, Team Uganda loses their first on the very second delivery of the innings. And day 2 is here in Kigali, and it's another big one in the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Division 2 qualifiers. Today, the baby cricket cranes of Uganda taking on Mozambique in what promises to be another exciting contest at the Gahanga Cricket International Stadium, Ground B. And Uganda got their campaign off to a winning start against Nigeria, and they'll be looking to carry that momentum into today's encounter. Mozambique, meanwhile, will be determined to put on a strong fight and make their mark in this six-nation qualification tournament. With a qualification to the next stage on the line, every run, every wicket, and every momentum matters. And Uganda versus Mozambique, day 2, action is ready. First wicket has gone. And I like the way cricket have got this habit of producing unexpected things. No one expected Team Uganda to lose their first wicket at this stage, but that's what cricket brings on the table for you. Charles Manuel Mbebe opening the bowling for Team Mozambique, and without taking too long, finding a breakthrough. Much better. The same field. Jose Julio Manjat doing some busy job right there at the galley. Emerson Lita right there in the deep at third man. Oh, that delivery beating the batter and the wicket keeper completely. And the batter will be trying to come back for the second one. And yes, they took two comfortably. A brace meal early. Yesterday, Samuel Ahesibwe doing some fine job for Team Uganda, getting 70, getting into 70s. And you can see that the field set, having slip into place and having third man, simply shows that the bowler is just trying to make the batters play straight behind the stumps so that the slip can do some work, even the third man. And that's the end of the very first over. And just 3 runs on the board after the loss of 1. Serafin, Kairos, Manicha coming into the attack from the road end. Cairo starting off with a wide delivery. This happened even on the very first over of this innings, where Charis delivered a wide, and on this very second delivery, he took a wicket. But are playing straight and straight on the ground just for a single. Yesterday, the captain have said that we are playing ODI. There is no need of pressuring ourselves up. We know what we are supposed to be doing and how we are supposed to be doing it. Samuel Ahisbe opening his account with that single, allowing Abraze Mill Ali have the strike back. Abraze going for a cut, and they will just go for a single. And if I can say, it was a good throw, but the bowler was not right there on the stumps. He could have just used that opportunity to stamp Abraze Mill, and comfortably they made 4 runs. All I can say is if Team Mozambique can't be alert and awake enough, these boys of Uganda, they're going to make a lot of runs without the ball going out of the circle, outside of the 30 yard, and another wide delivery comes into the place. Much better. Praise Mil Ali. Looking forward to stay there for too long. Mozambique striking Uganda. Uganda first wicket is down, and the game has its first real twist. Team Uganda, we've seen it yesterday. They have batted till closer and closer. You can see that they wanted just to finish things up without saying that we are finishing it in 3, 10, or whatever overs. They just wanted to stay there for too long so that they can do it without pressuring themselves up. And another boundary comes into the place. I beg your pardon. It's the very first boundary of the innings coming into place by Abraze Mil Ali. For you to restrict Ugandans from scoring a lot of runs, you just make sure that you break those partnerships. Just make sure that you break partnerships. Otherwise, Abraze Mill along with Samuel Ahesibe can do a lot of damage. Even they've got the captain. They've got Richard Sahira, who have hit 3 boundaries consecutively. been talking about the way Team Mozambique is fielding. Even another chance lost because of the bad gloves work of the wicket keeper. Just close to catching that wicket of Abrez Mil Ali. But Abrez Mil Ali got second life. Now let us see what he's going to do with the chance he got. Trying to go for a cut, but the line and the length beating him completely. Team Rwanda yesterday setting the standard of the tournament, setting the standard of the qualification. If any team want to surpass that record, we'll be watching the highest score of all the times here in Rwanda. Charis coming back into the attack, trying to get another breakthrough. Pulling that one into the leg side, finding no man there, and it races all the way to the boundary. It's always Abrez Mil Ali getting boundaries for Team Uganda. The first one went straight to the dugout of Team Uganda, and this time around, it went straight to square leg, finding no deep square leg, finding no protection there, and just the difference lies in different ends. So if you keep it right there on the pads on the leg, he can just flick and glance all day long. So all you need to do is just keep it right on the stump so that you can give him a chance of trying to play straight. Otherwise, if you keep it right there on the leg side, he can flick it and go to the boundary. Because I've done it before, and even now he did it. So now it's up to Charis to see what he can do. And even the very next delivery, he just tried to play it on the offside, and he missed the line, and it came to be a wide. But at least this time around, keeping it on the stumps, asking some questions, not allowing Ali to go off the strike. Yesterday we've seen Samuel Ahesbe along with Robert O'Will doing fine work, but again they were struggling to play those deliveries, which pushed them to play on the back foot. So I wish Mozambique knew that. And that's the end of the third over. Charles Manuel Bebe finishing things in style with that dot. Without taking too long, the bowler Kariros getting not a very warm welcome from Samuel Ahesibe. Hitting that one straight to the point, finding no protection there, and rest all the way to be a boundary. Much better. Just trying to tap on it, guiding it through the gap, knowing where the gap is, and they will be coming back for the second one, of course. That's Ugandans for you. Samuel going up in there. Is it going to be a maximum? No, just one bounce and it rests all the way to be another boundary. Two boundaries so far in this over. Yesterday, Mozambique have struggled to outcompete Team Rwanda. And they've said that today they're just trying to come back and come back stronger. It seems like Team Uganda want to keep that momentum of getting 300 plus when it comes to team like Mozambique. Samuel driving that one through the gap again, and they will be coming back for the second one. And yes, they will make it on time. This must be one of the best overs that Team Uganda is about to witness right here. Right there, that's the area where these bowlers are supposed to be bowling. Because the moment you keep your ball on the stumps, that's why you keep asking the batter different questions. Yes, he can be patient for some times, but how long can he hang on that momentum? Samuel, without taking too long driving that one, but driving it straight into the hands of the fielder, and it will be a delivery. And that's the end of fourth over. Uganda have lost their first wicket. Another wide coming into the place from Charis. Abrez Mil Ali having 12 off 16 with 2 boundaries, and Samuel Aheshibwe having 14 of 8 deliveries and 2 boundaries in it. And the amazing thing is that he's moving on the strike rate of 175. Yesterday, with the media manager of Uganda, we say that they don't play a game of strike rate when it comes to ODI. But the amazing thing is that look at the strike rate of Samuel. It's all about game awareness and self-awareness and being in a good position. Body language matters a lot. Knowing that every loose delivery has to be punished. Team Mozambique got their breakthrough just too early in the very first over. And now Team Uganda, they are 33 after the loss of 1. Tapping on that one and sending it straight to the fielder, third man, and it will be a single. Team Uganda having some treasures in their roster, having a bowler like Lali Itagi, Felix Ochani. Felix who bowled the 9 overs, conceded 24 runs and picked 4 maidens with 3 wickets. It was a very great spell to watch, and he was even the player of the match. And he was talking about the privilege of serving his country. He said that he can do everything for the badge he's putting on. And that's the mentality every player should have, I'm telling you. Playing that one with a straight bat and straight into the covers. And that's the end of over number 5. 34 runs on the board after the loss of 1. That was, if I can say, a loose delivery, because you can even see that there is no fielder at cow corner. So anything going in that region, it was going to be a boundary, but it's not too late. I've liked the opinions of the captain saying that it's ODI, we know what to do, no pressure, no frustrations, no whatsoever. Playing that one on the back foot, and yes, they will take a single. The wicketkeeper not doing so good so far. Samuel Risby on the strike, trying to go for a biggie, but not big enough. You can see him correcting what he did wrong. Even yesterday he was doing it, but the great thing is that they work out for him. But sometimes having your front leg on the leg side and just trying to play on the offside, sometimes it's very risky. Playing that one straight on the ground, and they will take a single, of course. Good call in the end. Much better if you have seen it from the very first beginning. Anything coming straight into the stumps. This case of Uganda, they are not even trying anything. They're just playing it safe. So I think some other bowlers are just taking some lessons from that delivery. It's been like 4 to 7 deliveries. Watching these guys not trying anything whenever it comes to stump line. So if they get a chance of talking to their coaches or anyone, maybe, or the captain, I think they will come back and correct that. "37 runs after the loss of 1 just in 6 overs." Cutting that one straight, and it's racing all the way to the net. And another boundary comes in from Abraze Mill Ali, just in number 17. Yesterday, I was asking their media manager, Mr. Ivan Sajabi, if the reason why that young man wears 17 is because maybe his role model is AB de Villiers. But Ivan said that today he will be bringing the answer. Maybe if I get the chance to be with him, I will ask him if he got the answer. pulling that one up in there and finding no fielder in the deep. Just what the fielders can see is that ball flying all the way, heading to the boundaries. Abraze Mil Ali, who is turning this contest into a T20. But actually, we've been talking about it. It's all about game awareness. If it's a loose delivery, why not going for it? Good leave in the end, going for a boundary, and the bowler changing the line and not being obsessed with lifting your bat high always. It's also another part of his skill. Much better. And every single misfield, every fumble, every juggle, these two are not wasting their time and not wasting the opportunity. They're just using it and getting some runs. A misfield, and they will be coming for the second one. I've said it, if these guys of Mozambique cannot be awake enough to grab everything coming into their hands, Abraze, Mid Ali, along with Samuel Ahusbe, they will be doing a lot and a lot. And that marks the end of over number 7. Flicking that one into the leg side region, chases on 2 fielders on that one, and a misfield. And just they took a double. And 48 runs on the board after the loss of 1, just in 7.1 overs. Driving that one, Abrails trying to take that single, but Samuel saying no. Flicking that one again, straight to the fielder at square leg. And you've seen it all, what I've been saying. The moment you put your delivery, the moment you decide to bowl that line of the legs or on the pads, Abrails Mil Ali is not hesitating just for a second. He's going for a glance, which is going straight to the boundary. A very healthy edge, and there was a fielder in the deep, but he couldn't stop that one, and it raced all the way to be a boundary. Oh my lord. Runs are coming for Team Uganda. playing that one straight. And I think that is the very first run which have been made on a delivery which was balled straight to the stumps. Just because there is no mid on, Samuel is wise enough to just to hit, block and run. It's all about game awareness. We've been saying about that same shot and same result. "57 after the loss of one just in 8 overs is Team Uganda taking on Team Mozambique. Playing that one straight and came out to be a single. Playing that one onto the lakeside region, allowing them to get a single. The head coach of Team Uganda must be the happiest at the moment. Seeing your boys hanging on, knocking some runs, singles, doubles, even fours. It's something that you don't take for granted as a coach. Watching your players doing what you've told them to do. Some sort of appeal, but the umpire shows no interest at all. We've been talking about that. Whenever the player, whenever the bowlers keep it on the stumps line, these guys of Uganda are just struggling to go off the strike. And I wish all the bowlers of Mozambique can be aware of that. Emmanuel charging in and getting the line not correctly at all, just trying to change the line and the length, but that area have been not giving anything out apart from extras. Oh my lord, that one hitting the wicket keeper and finding no protection there in the deep, and it rests all the way to the boundary. Now the wicket keeper must think twice just before doing anything. If you could have been able to save that delivery, it was just going to be a single or a double. And with that ball going to the boundary straight, it marks the end of over number 9. And the total score on the board is 64 runs after the loss of 1 just in 9 overs. Samuel Ahersboy and Abrasmil Ali is still on the surface, and going for that quick shot is Samuel, and it comes to be another boundary. Oh my lord, Team Uganda not sparing those little kids from Mozambique. This might be another great encounter where we are going to witness score above 300 plus. Flicking that one again onto the leg side region, finding knockout corner in the deep, and it's another boundary. This might be the expensive over for Team Mozambique, and allowing Samuel to flick, even allowing Abrasmil Ali to flick. Anything they are flicked, it rests all the way to the boundary. And here the equation is very simple, just keeping it onto the stumps line. They don't know the reason why these kids have been not learning that from the previous deliveries. Much better line and much better area, but just with that fumble, it allows Samuel to go off the strike with that single. Very, very quick one. That's a full toss, and it's driven straight on the ground, finding the fielder, jersey number 26, Emerson Nirita. The man who have been doing a lot of job, and even in the very first place, he's the one who took that great catch at the point of Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel. The wicket keeper not doing very fine at all behind the stumps. Have given away some 3 runs since the very first delivery. Until now, he's still missing things completely. And that's the end of 10th over. "75 runs after the loss of 1 is the score for Team Uganda. And again, if you're joining us now, it's ICC Under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. Division 2. And it's Team Uganda taking on Team Mozambique. And the team list for Team Uganda, they've got Divansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel, they've got Abrez Mil Ali, they've got Richard Sohela, Robert O'Will, the wicketkeeper, they've got Lally Elton Itagi, the opening bowler, they've got Samuel Ahesibe, who is currently playing. They have got Jackson Asiku. They have got Daniel Alex Rangakene, the captain. They've got Kenneth Isiko. They've got Felix Ochani and Hamid Monigwa. And for Team Mozambique, they've got Charles Manuel Mbebe, the captain. They've got Querido Anserimo, Emerita Rita. They've got Emmanuel Eduardo. They've got Armando Banzek. They've got Cristiano Jose Stoye, got Carlos Sergio Masingwe. They've got Elidio Andre Mahotas, who's the 12 man. And they've got Seraphim Carriros. They've got Rodriguez Rui Mange. They've got Fabiano Alberto Navera. And Jose Jurio Manjate. And another great shot from Samuel Ahesibe, where they got another double. Playing that one onto the Lakeside region, and they will be coming back for the second one. Cutting that one all the way, finding no protection there. The ball is racing all the way to the boundary, chases on. Abraiz coming back for the third one. And out it is, a run out it is. Oh my lord. Team Mozambique finding another breakthrough. The man who was not doing fine at all in the end. That's a very, very great job. It's the wicket keeper for Team Mozambique. Armando Vanze Olino doing some good work. No one believed that it was a run out. Abrez Mil Ali thought that it was a good run to take. It was a good decision to take, but in the end, it was a very, very risky decision to be taken. And that's the end of Abrez Mil Ali after scoring 34 off 38 with 5 boundaries and strike rating on 89.47 is run out, and Team Mozambique picks up another wicket. 82 runs on the board after the loss of 2 just in 11 overs is Team Uganda. Trying to open up and hitting that one straight on the ground just to find a fielder in the deep. Jersey number 20, Manuel Eduardo Mbebe Jr. And Robert O'Will, along with Samuel, yesterday have been very, very crucial and important partnership for Team Uganda. And today they also meet up there in the surface. Samuel hitting that one and finding, if I can say, a gap. The fielder was there just trying to give it a dive, but he couldn't stop it. And another boundary comes in for Team Uganda. Taking that one into the leg side region, but finding mid-wicket in the place and doing some good job. Introduction of spin have been doing some good work. Samuel saying yes, and yes, they will go for that quick single. Robert O'Will, in the very first place, I thought that the man can't get a boundary. Yet to realize that the guy can hit 10 maximums just in one innings above. That shows you the good player, a person he is. That shows you how great he is, knowing the format you are playing and knowing the approach, the right and the proper approach that you have to apply. And after the completion of 12 overs, the score had read 80 runs after the loss of 2. Hitting that one all the way to the net. It's another boundary. Team Uganda clapping for every single great shot, and they don't know how many times you guys are going to clap for these two young men. And this clearly shows the bright future that Team Uganda have. Having players who can play like this when they are still under 19 shows you the next generation of Ugandan's team. I think that one all the way. Oh my lord, there is no protection, and chase was on, but the ball wins the race. And Samuel Ahisibwe, with that boundary, he puts up another half century. Brilliant and well deserved half century. Samuel, how many half centuries are you going to get in these qualifications? Are you going to get 5 out of 5 games? You can't get tired of watching these young men. And something I've noticed so far is that Samuel swings his bat high every single ball. Be deciding if he can go for a biggie or just if he can knock it around. And if you can see, there is no fielder in the deep. If you can get it straight, it's going all the way to the boundary. Right after saying it, he found that gap. I thought that I was the only one watching it, but the man, he is aware of every single motion happening in the field. There is just deep extra covers and cow corner and long on. So that gap, there is no field at long off. So anything which goes above the bowler's head, it's all going to be a boundary. Somewhere I used to be knowing the assignment properly and just hitting back-to-back boundaries just in the same area and in the same place. I don't know what's the plan for the captain, but having deep mid-wicket and again having cow corner at the same time, even extra covers, and not having long on and long off fielders. It's a different plan. It's a different plan, but let us just wait and see what they are up to. And Team Uganda, they're already in their triple digits, 105 runs up after the loss of 2 wickets just in 12.5 overs. The gap is still wide open. Now let us see what Samuel is going to do. Can he make some room and get the third boundary? No, he didn't. Maybe he wanted to face the next over, and that marks the end of over number 13. 106 runs after the loss of 2. Is Team Uganda taking on Team Mozambique? Tossing that one up, and Samuel knowing what to do with that loose delivery, but he didn't want to create a chance to the fielder in the deep. He just decided to play it and play it smoothly. Driving that one all the way, but the bowler doing some work by stopping the pace of that shot. Emerson Rita did some good job. Well driven and well timed, and they will just come back for the second one. Robert being very quick in the middle. Cutting that one, but not powerful enough. But with that misfield, it allows them to cross and change the rotation just for a single, and that marks the end of over number 14. Triple ones on the board after the loss of 2. Tossing that one up and hitting it straight on the ground. There is a fielder, and the fielder does a very great job in the end of saving 2 runs for the team. And Robert will come back. I've seen the bad gloves work. Actually, you can't say bad gloves work because they are young men and they are still learning and growing. But again, you just have to use the opportunity and try things out. This is where you be like, let me try to go for this. Because that's the role of watching international cricket. You be like, if this wicket keeper can do this, let me just try it. You be like, if this fielder can do this, let me just try it out. And that's how every single person grows in the game. But if you wait for the right moment to do something, there is no right moment. The moment is now. If you get a chance, give it a dive. If you get a chance, give it a try. Right after saying it, Samuel giving it a try. I've said it. When it comes to these two, Robert Owl and Samuel Ahesibe, and you just try to give them those deliveries, which pushes them to play on the back foot. They can't play. You see, they are very strong when it comes to playing and leading on the front foot, but anything pushes them to play on the back foot. All they can do is just to go for a back foot and just play a defensive back foot, but just punching it, driving it, or doing whatever. You see now Samuel Ehesibe trying not to lean on his front foot, just trying to lean on the back foot so that he can just do some wrist work, but failing at all. So I don't know what's going on in there, but I think the team captain of Mozambique have to get those small details so that he can introduce the bowlers to that idea of giving these guys those deliveries where they just have to play on the back foot. I mean, these ideas of pushing these players to play on the back foot. Emerson comes back into the attack. Oh my God. The fielder watching it sliding all the way. Selafim Karius. Robert King for a cut shot, a late cut shot, finding a protector there in the deep, and it shows no intent of going back, allowing Robert Owill to face some. driving that one, and bounces once just to go over the head of the bowler, and right behind the bowler there was no protect, and we've said it even before that there is no long off and there is no long on. Hopefully Samuel Ahesbe can play in that region all day long. And you can see now the bowler have applied a rare fielder who is straight hit, and another one is racing all the way just to find a protector there, and Robert Owl will just come back for the second one. Actually, it's not very common to see this fielder who is straight behind the bowler, but it's called straight hit. One 124 runs in 16 overs after the loss of 2 for Team Uganda. Playing that one into the offside region, Robert O'Will trying to open his big account and just figured a single. Somewhere trying to come back for the second one, but they have seen what happened to Abraze Mill early. They're just not trying to. They're not trying to make sure that they keep away the same mistake of just taking unnecessary runs. Tossing that one up, just driving it for a single, and all they are doing is just to keep the rotation happening and keep the ball ticking. Loud appeal, some sort of appeal, and the finger goes up. Finally, the wicketkeeper is not wasting any time. The problem was everything was good, but the way Samuel keeps putting his front leg in different place from where the ball is very risky. Yeah, we've said about it, even though it works for him, but probably it's very risky. You can't place your front leg onto the leg side or on the leg stump and just try to play a healthy cover drive. It's very, very rare. But they have added some good score for the team. Samuel getting back-to-back 70s, something you can't take for granted. 128 after the loss of 2 just in 17 overs. Players and umpires going for a short break. So do we. And we'll be right back after this short break. The new batter in is starting off with a classic looking shot. Is the captain Daniel Alex Rangakene. Our first 2 deliveries and yet not off the mark. But staying there just for too long, that's the most important thing. Yesterday he didn't contribute for the team. Maybe he's trying to do something else for his side. Emerson is trying to put some challenges on the table. Opening his bat and opening his account, and he is off the mark with a single. And with that single, that's the end of over number 19, 130 up after the loss of 3. the captain Daniel Alex Rangakene. Not trying a lot of things apart from watching the deliveries and where they're bouncing and moving with the bounce. Some sort of appeal, but they just want to catch the umpire sleeping. And that's the end of over number 19. And it's a maiden over. Playing that one with ease. I'm just going for a single. That's Robert Oil allowing the captain to have the strike. The way Robert Frankene is playing seems like he's about to give a chance to the wicketkeeper. Tossing that one up, and Robert driving that one straight, and it went straight to be a boundary. Anything which is played behind the bowler, it is turning out to be a boundary. I don't know the reason why these young lads from Mozambique are not noticing that one. And right after getting the boundary, Robert keeps up his things. I mean, Daniel not going for many things. One 135 runs on the board after the loss of 3 is Team Uganda playing versus Team Mozambique. Playing that one on the back foot, and it will be another good single, good and healthy single. And now it's up to Daniel to drive up the game. flicking that one onto the leg side region. And Daniel trying to come back, but Robert saying no. They have seen what happened to Abraze Mill early. End of over number 21, 137 runs on the board after the loss of 3. Team Uganda losing Devant Kumar, Ritesh Patel on the very first delivery, losing Samuel Ahisibwe, caught by the wicketkeeper after scoring 77 off 53 with 12 boundaries, no maximum at all. And Abraze Mill Ali going out after scoring 34 off 38 with 5 boundaries. And now we are watching Robert O'Will along with Daniel Mangakene. Robert O'Will 9 off 17 and Daniel 6 off 18 and having 137. Cutting that one, and wait is the call, and a dot it will be. Stepping out and hitting that one with a straight bat, and it will be a single. Players of Mozambique trying to adjust their bowling, but the fielding side is not helping at all. The bowling department doing whatever they can do, but the fielding department not doing a lot of things to help their fielders. Another over goes down. Just 139 score on the board. Another boundary comes in from Robert Owili. Well executed and well timed. This partnership seems to be up to something, the way they are not pressed up or frustrated. Hitting that one at the sweepers, and the player in the ditch doing some good job and saving some 3 runs for his side. End of the over, number 23, 145 runs on the board after the loss of 3. Daniel driving that one and passes to fielders. They just take a single. And now the captain have got the assignment right. There is long on in the place. Playing that one onto the leg offside. Oh, a misfield. It passes through the hands of the fielder and it rests all the boundary. And Daniel Rwangakene is now getting some boundaries. The account of boundaries is now open. And the funny thing is that the Team Mozambique have got the mid on and the long on the same time. At the same time, I don't know if they have said that if the ball passes to mid on, the long on will back him up. Maybe that's the plan. Playing that one straight, and it's another dot delivery. Much better, and Robert Owil will take the single. Physiotherapist coming in for a concussion test, and this will allow Team Uganda to have some chats and see what they have to correct. And they think Team Team Mozambique also have to do the same. Playing that one up in there. and just it is the very first maximum of this innings. Oh my lord. Waiting for the confirmation from the umpire. Now players are free and open enough to get boundaries and maximums. And the amazing thing is that Daniel Alex Rangakene, the one who was blocking every single delivery, is now the one to open the account of maximums. That's what captain brings on the table. Playing that one straight on the ground and it's racing all the way to the boundary. I don't see anyone saving it except the liaison officer of Team Uganda, Belte Mugisha, player of Telugu Rayas. I mean, he plays for Telugu Rayas in domestic cricket. Playing that one into the leg side region, there is no protector, and it will be another boundary. Seems like Robert O'Will and Daniel Alex Rangakene are no longer dealing in singles and doubles. They're just trying to get boundaries and maximums and getting it done as quick as possible. Tossing that one up, and it's not well punished by Robert, but he will get a single from that one. Fabio Alberto comes into the attack from the road end. Wait was the call and turned out to be a yes, and they will come back for the second one. Every single midfield is turning out to be a run, which is good for Team Uganda. Driving under Roberto Fabiao losing the line, missing the line and the length and delivering a wide delivery. The delivery beating both the wicketkeeper and the batter, and it's racing all the way to the boundary. They are going to make 4 runs. If I can see, they did 3 runs, not from the blade, just from the poor fielding. Another single comes into the place, and it's the end of over number 26. 24 more overs to be played. Great fielding by the fielder at point. Cutting that one powerfully, and it's racing all the way to the boundary. I don't see anyone saving that one, and it rests to be a boundary. Boundaries have been in the place since the very beginning of this innings. playing that one, and Robert will just rotate for a quick single. Robert and Daniel playing safely and playing to stay, playing very cautiously. Loud appeal, and umpire shows no interest at all. Another misfield, and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary. And some good effort from Cristiano. Cristiano Jose Stoye. $181 is up just in 27 overs. So Biao, after not going for many, comes back into the attack. Robert trying to go for a biggie, but he couldn't get the right timing. I mean, the right connection. And he will just be going for another quick single. Good leave. It's Robert. I mean, it's Daniel Alex Rangakene, the man who plays it safe. Cristiano charging in, and Daniel on the strike, driving that one straight to the fielder in the covers, and he does a very good job by stopping that one. Trying a straight shot, and it really worked, and they just rotated for a single. Now it's Roberta's turn. Driving that one and passes into the legs of the fielder at covers. It's another single. And a way to finish up the over. Is Fabiao. And Selafim Kairos comes back into the attack again. Loud appeal, but umpire shows no interest at all as it was moving down the leg. Driving that one, finding the gap between two fielders. Or is racing all the way to the boundary, and some football skills are shown. Had a great work. FIFA World Cup has ended, and still we can see some impact it has left. Manuel Eduardo Mbebe Jr. doing some good things. Driving that one in the gap. Otherwise, just go for a single. Daniel playing in the same region as Robert did, and they all got the same results. Singles. Pace of delivery. It was nearly going to hit the batter. It's Robert Ranga. Daniel Rangakene, very clever and wise and skilled enough to notice that over number 29 comes to an end 189 runs after the loss of 3. Loud appeal, but umpire shows that clearly it was moving down the leg. Traditional spinners have been doing some great work. Playing that one straight to Fielder at mid wicket. Emerson Wita doing some great work just by stopping that one. Biao coming to bowl but thinking otherwise. Maybe he's up to something. Now later just wait and see. Playing that one fuller. And it turned out to be a single. Just more 2 legal deliveries to go. Oh my lord. That one beating the wicketkeeper and the batter. And it's another single. Just last delivery to come up. It's Alberto Fabiao. Alberto Fabiao Navela. Oh, what a yoker. 195 just in 30 overs after the loss of 3. that delivery, beating the wicket keeper, and it raced all the way to the boundary. The wicket keeper have been doing a very good work this time around. Seems not to be missing everything. Look at that. That ball generated extra bounce. And what really happened is that just fielders couldn't manage to reach there in time. Hitting that one on back foot. And it's another delivery. Seraphim Carlos Anicha. Robert O'Will, who is just one run away from putting up a half century. And now we have the strike. Now let us see if this can be the delivery to cherish the milestone of Robert O'Will. Driving that one straight and straight on the ground. It's going all the way to the boundary, but today we've witnessed some impact and influence of FIFA World Cup. And another milestone achieved by a Ugandan player, Robert O'Will. 50 yap. 51 just in 50 deliveries, a strike rate of 102 with 5 boundaries. Oh my lord. Raise your bat, young man. Well deserved half century. Playing that one on back foot. And it's a boundary. Another misfield from player of Mozambique. Look at that. The bowler couldn't stop that one. Was just trying to use his hand. The bowler missing the line. And it's a wide delivery. At least if these guys can be aware that those extras are adding another contribution to Ugandan scores, they can at least manage to reduce them. Playing once again on the back foot. And it's played straight into the hands of the fielder. driving that one straight on the ground, and the bowler picking that one once. The fielder, jersey number 18, Cristiano Jose Stoye. Bouncing that one shortly. And Daniel trying to come back for the second one, and he made it comfortably. Cristiano is a very busy fielder in the deep, doing everything at all means to save some runs for his team. While a pitch of delivery, it's a gem. Robert trying to go for cover drive, but missing it completely. It was kept wide. Taking that one onto the leg side region, and the ball is racing all the boundary just in a second to reach the boundary. It just went like a bullet. Look at that. It was a loose delivery. And without single station, the young men send it straight to the boundary. And that's the end of over number 32. And Team Uganda, they are already in 215 runs on the board after the loss of 3. Playing that one on back foot again, sending it straight to the fielder, just number 27, who is at Longon and Sermo Kelido. Some couple of dramas and attempts and juggles. Daniel Mangakene 21. Or 47. That's a wide. playing that one with a straight bat, but not getting enough good connection to get it to go. Carlos trying to catch that one, but just couple of attempts on his foot down. That's a loose delivery, and it will rest all the boundary, but there is a fielder. And the amazing thing, it's a no ball. It's a no ball, and it's a free hit. Now let us see if Daniel Wangakene Alex can make the most out from this opportunity. Trying to go across and trying to spot that gap on the leg side, but unfortunately he missed everything completely. And that's the end of over number 33. By the way, delivery. Alberto Novella comes back into the attack and starting off with the wide delivery. And Robert will going straight on the exit region, but find fielder at mid wicket. That's hit, and that's hit enough. And the fielders couldn't stop that one. Just the fans could only stop that one. It's another boundary coming from the blade of Robert Owili. Another one is racing all the way, but the fielder does a very fine job by stopping 2 runs. Hitting that one straight on the ground with power. And they will be going back for the second one. The ball are trying to run him out, but Daniel is very quick when it comes to getting those doubles and singles. Again, and the field jersey number 18, Cristiano Jose. All he can do just to make sure that the ball doesn't pass straight to the boundary at any cost. Playing that one onto the lakeside region, just a field could see it landing on the mount, and it's another boundary coming in from the blade of Robert Owili. Look at that, pure timing and pure connection. Flicking that one onto the lakeside region, and it went straight to the boundary. You can even see the scorecard, the scoreboard. 23 from Daniel Wangakene and 77 from Robert Owil. I see this man cruising to triple digits. hitting that one, and just a few stopping it before it reaches the boundary. It's the busy guy Cristiano. Stepping out and hitting that one with power, and it races. Oh, there is the boundary. The rain of boundaries now coming into the place. Look at the execution, hitting that one with power, not expecting it to be stopped. And yes, no one can stop that one. And after that boundary, they're beginning for the drinks break. Uganda under 19 men's, they have 251 runs just after the loss of 3, and in 35.1 overs. And we'll be going for the drinks break too. We'll come back shortly. And the drinks break is over. Cutting that one all the way powerfully, and it's another boundary. After the drinks break, it shows the chat they have been having about going for everything, which is a loose delivery, offering some width to players like Robert or Will is not a good option at all. Playing that one on the leg side, but finding cow corner in the place, and it will be a single. Driving that one straight. Robert O'Will, 86 of 73. We've seen Kenneth Boniface from Nigeria scoring 97. An inside edge. Oh, I beg your pardon. It's a good shot, good drive, going straight on the ground, allowing the captain Daniel Alex Rangakene come and have the strike. Leaning on the back foot and playing that one, and that's a misfield which will allow them to rotate the strike. playing that one up in there, and it went all the way to be a maximum, second maximum of the day. Oh my lord. Look at that. Pulling that one well composed and very well timed. Daniel Wangaken, the captain, closer to half century to just 14 runs. And Daniel trying to drive just to find out that he forgot his driving license. And Fabiao Alberto Naveira, without taking too long, I say that we have to share. This is Kigali. You eat and I eat too. Right after hitting that maximum, Alberto also took the wicket. They've been saying about it even since the very beginning of this innings, that anything kept on the stumps keeps asking different questions to the Ugandans, and it's all about how long can them hang around when the only deliveries which are being delivered are bowled straight to the stumps. And Uganda loses their fourth. Some sort of a feel. It was down the leg. Cutting that one powerfully, and it went all the way to the boundary. Robert Owili putting up a show, 93 off 78. Very close to her century. Loba trying to drive, but he can't get it to go. Hitting that one straight. And it's just a dot delivery. That's the end of the over number 38, 271 runs on the board after the loss of 4. Cutting that one all the way, and it's racing all the way to the boundary, but there's a protector. They saved some runs. Taking that one all the way to the Lakeside region. Jackson Asiku coming in and facing for deliveries. And he's already off the mark with those 2 runs. Tapping on that one, using the man at the 3rd man. Letting the man who is just missing 4 runs to put up a century have the strike. Fabiao Alberto coming into the attack, and Robert O'Willy going for a maximum. What a moment. Robert brings up a magnificent century for Uganda. A brilliant innings filled with class, courage, and determination. Take a bow, Robert. Oh my lord, this is the first century for a player in this qualification so far. 102 runs off 82 deliveries with 12 boundaries and 1 maximum. Oh my god. Robert, how long are you going to do this? Robert brings up a sensational century for Uganda. What an incredible innings. Pure class and power from Robert O'Willy. Going again, but missing the connection. Swing and miss. It seems like the guy want to clear everything. Now they want to surpass the total score that Team Rwanda have scored yesterday, 400 runs against Mozambique. Now Robert is like, I've added something for the team. Now let me go for biggies. That's the end of over number 39. Just 11 overs to go. It's Team Uganda taking on Team Mozambique. Trying to tap on that one so that he can guide it in the gap, but unfortunately missing the connection. Physiotherapist of Uganda coming in for a concussion test to check if the wicketkeeper is good. Hitting that one with power. And they will be coming back for the second one. And of course, they will make it. Hitting that one straight on the ground and finding jersey number 18 in the deep. It's Cristiano Jose Stoye doing some fine work. Hitting that one up in there. Is it going to be another maximum? Another maximum comes into the place. Is Robert Owili, who is showing no mercy to these kids of Mozambique. Look at the timing. Hitting that one up in there like nothing really happened. It's like they're in the next session. Those are the spectators, the fans, all the way around who are here in the ground. See some good actions from Ugandans and Mozambique. End of 14th, 41 overs are done, and Team Uganda reaches to 300. Very, very well played by Team Uganda. Team Uganda reaches 300, and they do have 9 overs to be played. Now let us see what's going to be the outcome from these 9 overs left to be played. Cut away powerfully, and with that misfield, they will come back for 2, and they will make it. It's a full toss, and it's punished all the way over the rope. Just policemen can watch that landing close to their feet. You can see the waving flags. Fielders who started off, I think like they are lazy. Now they have turned out to be athletes and acrobatic. Goes up again and up and all the way again for a maximum. The umpire will be the victim for these classic shots of this young man, Robert Owili, who is targeting flags every single time. Oh my lord, Robert Owili, you can't believe what you are just doing. You're just putting up a show. Look at that, trying to drive, and yes, he get it. He got it to go. Missing the connection, and it's a dot delivery. And that marks the end of over number 42. 315 runs on the board after the loss of 4, and that's the coaching staff for Team Uganda. Driving that one straight on the ground. There is a chance to be a boundary, and with that misfield, a boundary comes in. And in the end, it's all about those extras you have bowled, those misfields, and those chances that you have dropped. Robert Owili goes again to back-to-back boundaries. Robert Owili, once he was here in Rwanda in Division 2, playing for Super Kings, and he scored 150 with 12 maximums. Now let us see if he's going to get 150. Goes again up in there. Is it going to go all over? A chance and a chance taken. Oh my lord. Manuel Eduardo Mbebe Jr. taking a brilliant catch off Robert Owili, who was trying to get 150, just went out on 132 after facing 95 deliveries. Look at that. Just went, he took aerial route trying to get a maximum again. But if you look at his body and the way he was standing, that's where he fell short. Everything else was good. And well played, young man. But you did an amazing job. 132. You don't take that for granted. Driving that one into the gap and chest is on, but the ball is resting well with the boundary. There is a fielder. The fielder does a very great work just by saving 3 runs. And that's the end of over number 43. 325 runs on the board after the loss of 5 is Team Uganda taking on Team Mozambique. And those are the waving flags. Team Rwanda, Team Uganda, Team Nigeria, Team Ghana, Team Mozambique, and Team Sierra Leone all gathered here in East Africa, in Rwanda, Kigali, Kicukiro, Gahanga, in ICC Under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa qualifiers Division 2, and 3 best teams will be qualified to Division 1. Goes for a biggie. Is it going to be a maximum? Oh, it was not hit enough. It was just going to be a chance, but the fielder couldn't just help. Was up in their chains, and the chains, and they'll be coming back for the second one, as there is no fielder standing up on the stumps. trying to go for a sweep shot. And the fielder does a very great job by saving those 2 runs. Maybe continuing to deliver, driving that one, and hopefully it's going to be just a single. Richard Sahera, who got 4 boundaries, if it's not 3 boundaries yesterday, just to finish things in style against Nigeria, winning by 5 wickets, along with Jackson Asiku. They are all batting together. That's a full toss. It's a loose delivery, but he manages to flick that one onto the leg side region, and it's a boundary. And after getting a boundary, he's even given a free hit. Now let us see what he's going to do. Richard Sahera, fortunately, it's a wide. But if you look closely where he was putting his front leg and where the ball was, there was no way it was going to be connected. But fortunately, it's a wide. Maybe you can correct that. Blocking that one. Well ball by Mbele. driving that one with power, and the field the reaches in time, and they will be rotating for double, close and nearly to 350. And Richard Sohera already on 11 of 10, and Jackson Asiku 19 of 20, and Charles Manuel Bebe picking up 2 wickets and conceding 52 runs. It's Mozambique taking all Team Uganda, and it's ICC Under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifiers Division 2. Abiao Alberto Novella coming back into the attack, but missing the line completely and offering 2 consecutive wide deliveries. Team Uganda, which is already going to cruise into 350, and this will be the second highest total of the tournament. Putting that one up in there, just on, and it will just be a single. Pulling that one all the way into the sweepers, and they couldn't just get a boundary, but it was well timed to be a boundary, I'm telling you. Ugandans who are already missing 2 runs to put up 350 runs on the board. Abiao missing the line completely. And it's another wide delivery. Now let us see how they are going to put 340 up, just by boundary or a single. Just by a single, and the 350 is up for Team Uganda. That's a no ball. Fabiao Alberto Oliveira, no, I mean, missing the line completely, and he's offering some extras. Now let us see how Jackson Asiku is going to react after getting 22 runs off 23 delivery. Swinging high, but not getting enough connection. And just a will pick up a double. Jackson Asiku trying to go for a max, but missing the connection and playing it into the hands of the fielder. Look at that. The way he was standing still, not afraid of anything. Cristiano Jose Stoye and picking it with confidence. And that's the end of Jackson Asiku. Ugandan is getting close to 400. Pulling that one all the way up in there. The fielder giving in some effort, but he can't stop that one. But at least he saved a boundary for his side. Tapping on that one, sending it to fielder at third man, but will be at single. Playing that one straight on the ground, find just number 27 down there in the deep doing some work. It's Kelidon Serimo. Now I wonder what will be the chat between the players and the coach, knowing that we are coming in to chase 300 plus runs against a team like Uganda. Cutting that one all the way to the boundary. There is a fielder in the deep, and they will save 3 runs. That ball beating both the wicketkeeper and the batsman, and it ran all the way to the boundary. And the funny thing, the umpire is indicating a no ball. Now let us see how Elton Itagi is going to be reacting on that free hit. End of over number 47. Just 3 more overs to be played, and 36 runs to put up 400 runs. Let us see, can these two get those 36 runs? Carlos Sergio Masinge coming in and starting up with a wide. Playing that one up in there and just went all over enough. Umpires are just still asking whether it's about it or a maximum. But that was hit powerful enough to go for a maximum. Elton, who is not holding himself back. Playing that one straight on the ground. It's racing all the way to the boundary. There is a fielder. And they'll be coming back for the second one. And yes, they did. Trying to drive, but he got a healthy edge, which went straight to the dugout of teams. Now the 12 man of Team Mozambique helping out and bringing that ball back. Trying to cut that one, but he can't get the connection and they can't get it to go. And that's the end of over number 48. 379 runs after the loss of 6. It's Uganda taking on Team Mozambique. Fabiao coming back into the attack, but Larry Itagi going for another biggie, and it went straight for a boundary. And this is the second one. Look at that, standing right with a great position, a great stance, ready to stand and deliver. And of course, he did. Driving that one straight, but finding a fielder there, just reducing the pace of that shot. And they will be going back for the second one. Well, I'm missing the line completely and offering a wide. And we are into we are into the last 2 overs. These 2 overs must be important to Uganda because they just want to finish in 400s. Going for a slog sweep and went straight to the rope without single station. Lali Itagi, it's Richard Sohera who is putting up a show. Playing on the back foot, and they will take the strike just for a single. And we are into the last over. Beg your pardon. This is over number 49. Just 2 more deliveries to get into the last over. Hitting that one with power, find the fielder in the deep. And more 2 runs comes into the place. Just 4 runs to put up 200. Driving that one back into the hands of the bowler, but he put that down, and they will be coming back for the second one. And yes, 2 runs. Now it's 398 runs on the board after the loss of 6, and we are into the last over. How many runs can these guys get in this last over? $400. Cutting that one all the way powerfully. and it's a boundary. And with that boundary, oh, let us see. It was cut away powerfully. And it went for a maximum. I beg your pardon, it's a maximum. 400 runs up for Team Uganda. Richard Sahela being wise enough and just going for a single so that he can let Lally Elton target come and face because they have seen what he was doing. Lally Elton on the strike, playing that one straight on the ground. There is a chance, but there is a fielder, and it's just 2 runs. Last delivery, and Richard Sahara going down the ground. And they will be trying to get double, and yes, they did. And Team Uganda finishes up by setting 410 runs, and Mozambique under 19 men need 411 runs to win this contest. Devansh Kumar, Ritesh Patel, the captain, scoring nothing, and Samuel Harsibwe scoring 77 of 53. Bryce Amil Ali 34 of 38, getting out by runouts, and Robert O'Willy, the main guy, 132 of 96 with 3 maximums and 15 boundaries. And Daniel Wangakeni, the captain, 36 of 57, coming off of 56, and the Jackson Asiku, who tried to get a maximum and was caught by Cristiano, and Richard Sohera and Laleton Itagi not out. 32 of 23 is Richard, and 28 of 14 is Elton. And that's the bowling card. Charles Manuel Mbebe picking up 2 wickets, and Emerson Lita picking up 1 wicket, and Fabiao Alberto Novera picking up 2 wickets, and they have bowled total extras, 50 extras in total. And Team Uganda putting up 410 runs just falling short of 1 run according to what Team Rwanda have done yesterday. Team Rwanda yesterday have scored 411 runs, and Team Mozambique have scored 89 all out. Now let us see what Team Mozambique today will be doing. And still, Team Rwanda are the one with the highest score of the tournament. And those are the partnerships. One of Abraise Mill Ali with Samuel Hisbe of 80 of 63, and Robert O'Willy is 47 of 39, along with Samuel Hisbe, with Robert O'Willy 137, with Daniel Mangakene, Robert contributing 81, and Daniel contributing 36, and Robert O'Willy 44, with Jackson Asiku contributing 12, and partnership of 58, and Richard Sohera 30, along with Jackson Asiku, and Richard Sohera again with Rariel Tonitagi 57 of 26. And ladies and gentlemen, that was it from the very first innings of the contest between Uganda and Mozambique. And again, it's ICC Under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2 happening live here in Rwanda, Kigali. Please stay tuned as Team Mozambique will be coming back for the run chase.
Respect. 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 Respect.
respect.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're watching us from. This is GAHANGA Cricket International Stadium, located in Rwanda, East Africa, watching ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. It's Team Uganda taking on Team Mozambique, and Team Uganda winning the toss and opting to half bat first. And actually, I can say that it went in their favor in all aspects because they have managed to score 410 runs, being the second one to set such standard. And now Team Mozambique, they are in need of 411 runs just in 296 deliveries. And Lally Elton Itagi is the one opening bowling for Team Uganda. Yesterday it was a game of bowlers. Matter of fact, Felix Ochani was the player of the game. He bowled 9 overs, conceding 24 runs and picking up 3 wickets. We can't forget about those 4 maidens he have bowled. And now Lally Elton Etagi is the man have picked 1 wicket and 1 ball to know if this is going to be a maiden wicket or if the batter on the strike, Carlos Sergio Masinga, can ruin everything. Here we go, last delivery of the very first over. Carlos being clever enough, knowing what to pick, what to go for, and what not to pick. And that's the end of the very first over. 1 run on the board after the loss of 1.
411 runs from 294 balls is the question there right in your frame.
Not so many happy faces in that dugout of Mozambique. 411 might be a very, very hard task for Mozambique. But what they need to do is try and make sure that they face as many overs as they can, try and make sure that they stick on the crease. Uganda already making a very good start there. Larry Elton Itagi picking up the first wicket of the very first delivery of this run chase, making sure that he pushes Mozambique onto the back foot already. And now the player of match from yesterday's game, 4 maiden overs in his spell and 3 wickets. Felix Ochan will be coming to bowl the second over for Uganda under 19. The standing umpires in this game, one comes from Kenya, Isaac Oyeko, and is standing alongside the Namibian Klaus Schomack there. And here goes Felix Ochan. Starts with one swinging away from the batter, and it is called wide by the umpire. Not a very good start from the batter. Sorry, from the bowler. You need to make sure that you keep the wickets in check as you start off your spell.
What really amazed me yesterday, Mr. Ivan, is the way Felix, actually, the guy told me that serving Team Uganda is a privilege you don't take for granted. He told me that he really dreamed about being on this team, and he made it. And I was really amazed because most of the players, they don't take this as a great thing. Yeah, they do, but the moment they receive the call up, they be like, we are done. We really deserve to be here. But Felix Ochan, he told me that wearing this jersey really means a lot. It seems like this is one of the highlights of his career.
Yeah, indeed, it's important to wear that jersey. From the school where he comes from, Felix Ochan, St. Joseph's College Laibi, is also the captain for the school team, the cricket team, and they qualified for the nationals. But you see now, when you look at the structures within Uganda, from the under 19, you join the emerging Uganda then national team. It tells you that clearly when you're playing for the under 19 team, you're in that path of reaching greatness. And yeah, the uniform has Uganda in it. When the team was leaving Uganda, it was flagged off by the National Council of Sports. The general secretary, the assistant general secretary in technical, Elton Chebet, was right there to flag off the team. So it means that when the team is here in Rwanda, it is representing the nation. And everyone in his career, you need to make sure that you reach the epitome where you're being said to be representing the country. And yeah, it is good for the youngster there, Felix Ochan, to know that, yes, I'm representing the country, and to put up everything on the line there. Bowling some good balls there on the fourth stump. But you see, when the bowler is playing well left and they're not attacking your balls, I think it's time for him to try and attack the wickets. Tomorrow the tournament takes a rest. So you need to make sure that you give it your all to do so that tomorrow you get enough time to cool down and recover.
Felix Ochan charging in straight on the money right after saying it, Ivan. Yeah, right after saying it, you can now see that he really understands the assignment. The moment you deliver 1, 2, 3 deliveries and you see the batter not trying anything, seems like he's surviving. You just get to change the plan and see if that question can really work.
Yeah, it was not a very convincing block shot there, but he could go with it because, after all, the ball didn't go on to disturb his furniture. And now Felix Ochan is bowling those balls that are swinging back to the batters, and that is a good display. But what a batting display was displayed there by the Ugandans during the first innings of the game. A half century from Samuel Ahaisiwe. He also scored a half century yesterday against Nigeria during the run chase, and today he managed to score another half century. And also Robert Owili, the vice captain for the team, coming out and scoring the first century of the tournament. 135 was really a good performance there for the Ugandans. And now what they need to do is try and make sure that they do wrap up everything here. We've come to the end of the second over. It started with a wide, and those are the first runs on board there for Mozambique. Some fans there. See some girls who play for the under 19 team of Rwanda right in that frame. But 1-1 is the score as we come to the end of the second over. That is the tournament in terms of runs. but I think it's not updated because when you look at the performance of Samuel Haisiwo, it has only 1 innings, yet he has so far batted in 2 innings. So maybe we'll be having the updated table later on. But it is Larry Itagi who returns for Uganda under 19.
Now Larry Tagi standing somewhere, making some notes, doing some homeworks, and now look at where he's bowling. The lines and the length is picking. It seems like you want to see if he sticks to the stumps line, how long can Carlos Sergio Masinge resist those deliveries? I mean, how long can he keep doing those defensive shots he's playing?
Called weight by the umpire there. Larry has been trying to bowl those in swingers to make sure that he keeps the wickets in check. But this time around, that one misses the tram lines and it is called weight by the umpire down the leg. And now you see for that delivery there from Larry Itagi, he wanted to make sure that he checks the wickets. Just because of the sharp swing of the ball, it went on, and that's what resulted into it. Now those are 2 runs on board for Mozambique. And those 2 runs, you feel that Uganda has just given away those runs. Again, it will be another white. Larry needs to adjust his lines. At least if they're not playing, you don't need to make sure that you're giving the opposition free runs.
Yesterday, I've heard the captain telling Larry Tagi that your ball is swinging too much. And even now, where he's placing the ball and the way it's swinging, if he stick that line, it can be wide to wide and wide to wide. I think he just need to bring it up to the off stump.
You spoke about bringing it up the off stump. Is going for, I think, middle stump there, but the batter also equal to the challenge. There's some bit of discipline there for Mozambique. They are a new team which are playing in the qualifiers for the very first time, but I tell you, it's a team which will be improving every now and then. When you look at the way they were playing during those first 50 overs, you saw some positives in their display. A few mistakes here and there, they were using a little bit of their feet to try and bowl, but when you look at the way these 2 batters are trying to start off the business, well composed and just making sure that they continue seeing off the new ball. That should be the first runs on board there from the bat for Mozambique. Taps it into the gap at deep square leg, and they will take off for the single. And you see that was a little premeditated because Larry Itag is bowling the balls that swing into the batters. So sometimes when you just try and close in on your bat and try and use the wrist, you can easily get that ball into the gap. In yesterday's game against Rwanda under 19, Rwanda posted 411 runs. Today, Uganda managing 410 against the same opposition, Mozambique. That is not a very good idea because the batter is stepping away from the lane of the ball. You need to make sure that you get close to the ball and maybe try and present the full face of the bat. But speaking about that game, Zimbabwe in response scored 89 all out in 27.2 overs. Now, I feel that what Zimbabwe needs to be targeting is maybe try and make sure that they play well in this game, maybe make sure that they beat yesterday's score, to make sure that they stick around, because maybe for them, it might not be that they will come down and they come and chase down the 410 runs, but maybe try and play all the overs, maybe try and get a little more runs than what they got yesterday. Those will be the positives for them to take on. They are hardworking young men. At the hotel where the teams are staying at Lemigo Hotel, you see that most times, the gym is dominated by players from Mozambique. So it tells you more about the passion that they do have in representing their nation. So they need to make sure that they continue trying and milk as much as they can to make sure that maybe they get their team somewhere. The women's team was always in the under 19 Division 2 qualifiers in Uganda a few months ago. And not to forget, their team was always in the Division 2 qualifiers that happened in 2024 here in Rwanda. Unfortunately, their team has never qualified for Div 1. But I tell you that the association that takes cricket in their country has taken an initiative to try and make sure that they grow the game. We've come to the end of the third over, and 4 for a loss of 1 is what the scoreboard reads for Mozambique under 19.
Yeah, actually, the great thing about cricket is that every game, every wicket, every run, and everything tried brings some skills and experience to the kit of a player. So the more they play, the more they get exposed to different levels, the more they promise that one time they will qualify to Division One.
Yeah, Felix Ochan is apparently back for Uganda under 19. Starts with an in swinger there. A bit of a bouncer, but the batter equal to the challenge, though. That might have hit him on the fingers. And the umpires will have to do a routine check, making sure that maybe the physiotherapist comes around to give the batter some bit of medical attention. Carlos Sergio Masingue receiving some bit of medical attention there. But it was a good ball there from Felix Ochan. That's how you bowl. A little bounced into the surface and angling in. So as a batter, as you're in your stance, you see the ball coming back to you. But I'm happy that the young man managed to read it and just tried to get it off his body line.
Felix looking very innocent, like he can't do that. And again, on the other side, on the other occasion, sometimes he have to remind you that he can't do everything. It's just a matter of what he really wants to do at time.
Some of the results in this tournament: Nigeria under 19 losing out to Uganda by 5 wickets yesterday, whereas Rwanda under 19 managed to defeat Mozambique by 320 runs. Ghana shocking Sierra Leone, if I can say, because Sierra Leone came into this tournament as favorites. Remember, the 3 countries that were relegated from the Division 1 last year include Nigeria, Uganda, and Sierra Leone. So it means sometimes when you've just been relegated, you can fight and maybe an automatic promotion. But again, they started their day with an upset, and they look to be heading for another upset. They are chasing 302 runs that have been scored by Rwanda under 19, and they are 22 for 1, still needing 281 in 273. The question in this ground is 407 from 281. Whereas the other update in the other game, which is happening between Nigeria under 19 and Ghana under 19, the West African Derby, you see that Ghana under 19 batted first and scored 93 all out in 39.5 overs. And in response, Nigeria is 8 for 5. They're still needing more 14 runs in 192 balls to pick up victory. That game just happening at the Gahanga main oval. It is not so many meters away from here, even where we sit in the comms of this Gahanga B oval. When you look around, you can see that ground. The umpires have confirmed that the batter might not be in position to continue batting, and he will be retired hurt momentarily. So we'll be seeing another batter to replace him for some time. Then he will return later. And it is okay. It's part of the rules of the game. When you hit and you feel that you can't continue with the play, yes, you can go out and then maybe return when you're ready to continue facing.
All I can see is that Felix Ochani can do that all day long. So if he keeps doing this, how many times are we? I mean, how many batters are we going to see retiring hurt? But I've seen the captain, Twangakene Daniel Alex, telling Felix that keep those deliveries onto the line of the stumps and see if you can finish this as soon as possible. Yesterday, captain wasn't lucky enough, but today he have displayed some performance.
Yeah, he displayed some performance in terms of the bat. And yesterday, when you look at the way he was dismissed, it was a shot which was so uncalled for. But you see, this is junior cricket. You don't need to explode. You need to make sure that you always stick on the on what your coaches are always telling you. The new batter there are not having a very convincing stance. Emerson Rita Ndi Zeyute, but he's managed to get that one out of the block hole. And you see Felix Ochan trying to execute the same ball that he bowled to Carlos previously before getting him injure his finger. And this is how you dominate the opposition. Fine, they're not playing, but you need to make sure that the batters are not comfortable at the crease. And that's how they can easily give away their wickets. So it's so far a good plan for Uganda. Ochan Felix is keeping third man and fine leg in place. hit straight to covers there, but he doesn't manage to get it past the captain who is fielding there at covers.
Captain looking very confident and focused, telling you where you should move. I'm gonna make sure that you don't come back on the crease. Quick delivery, pace on. It's another dot delivery.
Just unplayable there, Felix Ochan. One more delivery remaining in this over. And what I've loved about the Ugandan team is that they have stuck on the processes. You know, sometimes when you have an opposition like Malawi, you can change the plan and say, maybe let's have the spinners come and try and bowl them out. But then Uganda opening on the two opening bowlers, Larry Itag and Felix Ochan. Yesterday they bowled 11 overs apiece before we saw a change. The first change was in the 11th over, and it was Richard Sohera who came before Jackson Asiku. No, sorry, it was actually Jackson Asiku who came to bowl the 11th over, then Richard Sohera bowled the 12th. But Sohera was a little loose yesterday with his bowling. Confirmation of the end of the over there from the umpire. 4 overs gone and 4 for 1 is the score. Two batters that are yet to register runs in their names. Uganda guilty of giving away those 3 wides because it's only 1 run that came off the blade of Carlos. That's the head coach there for Uganda. Grace Mutiagaba standing right close to the boundary ropes and giving some bit of instructions to his players. Uganda has a big contingent in terms of officials. The physiotherapist there, Habib Anguyo, team manager. The team manager is Rokan Sylvester. They have a batting coach, Barakatuya Mwesimina, an assistant coach, Jonathan Sebanja, and analyst Jeff Mosboka. So all they just make sure that the team gets back to where they belong and restores its glory. But now it is Larry Itagi who returns there for Uganda. To fall and hit away. It will run to the boundary because this outfield is electric there. A little cheeky in the way he played it with not too much control, but he manages to break the shackle there for Mozambique. It is the first boundary in this run chase.
Always targeting the leg side doesn't bring positive outcomes. Look at that. Actually, it was going to be a wide. It's because that the batter, if I can say, was afraid of the pace or whatever. He was just moving backward to find out the ball is following him, and then he came in front and just managed to tap on that one. Because if I can say, Ivan Dashot wasn't somehow convincing. He just placed the bat in the line and 20 all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, sometimes when you place the bat and the ball gets in the sweet spot, it runs to the boundary. But shortly after Uganda considered that boundary, there was a noise on the field saying Itemunyoma, which is a Uganda word telling them not to undermine. So I think now what they are trying to tell Larry is that yesterday when you look at the plan which worked out for Larry was the balls which were swinging away from the batters. But today he has been bowling only in as long as throughout the innings. So maybe they're telling you to try and make sure that he gets back to the plan. And when you look at the field setup, there is a gully fielder, Jackson Asiku, but there is also a fast slip fielder. So the slip quadrant is well packed, and that's Abid Munigo there on fast slips. So yeah, that is the good plan. Keep the batters guessing. Sometimes they would love to try something different from what they have been doing, and that's how you do pick up their wicket. So Larry Itag there getting back to his plan. But you say there's some breeze on the ground. You can see it from the jersey of Larry Itagi. There's some breeze across the ground. So you need to make sure that when you're bowling, you let the ball go, and maybe the wind around can help you carry that ball. We are into the land of 1,000 hills. Unlike for Uganda, where the weather can change anytime, Rwanda is a bit consistent with its weather. But that breeze and the coldness are always characteristic of the mountainous nature of this place. Larry now still bowling those full balls. When you see that ball which was dispatched away for 4 runs, it was a full toss. and it was also angling into the batter. So however cheeky the shot was, sometimes when you've gotten it onto the batter and maybe given it direction, it will always go to the boundary.
Now it's up to Larry and the captain or any player just to make sure that he becomes aware of everything and every motion happening in the field. Right there, that's the very good line. But again, as you've said, Ivan, the ball is angling in. If you place it right there, there is a chance that the batter can inside edge and look, there is no field down there. It can also run to the boundary. So the previous line, now it will be, I think the good idea is just to make sure that he keeps the ball into the line where the wicket keeper is standing.
Yeah, and that is the business line, the dream line for everyone. Final ball of the over, but the batter backing away. And I wanted to look at this tournament. What will happen next? Tomorrow there is a rest day. All teams will go and cool off a bit. Then on Wednesday, 12th August, at the Gahanga main oval, Nigeria will take on Rwanda, the hosts. Whereas at this ground, Mozambique will take on Sierra Leone, and Uganda will square off against Ghana at the IPRC cricket oval. It will be a dot ball to end the over. 5 overs have been bowled halfway inside the first power play, and 8 for 1 is what the scoreboard reads for Mozambique under 19. If you're just joining us, Mozambique is in quest of 411 runs if they pick up this win, and it is match day number 2 of the ICC under 19 men's Africa Division 2 qualifiers happening here in Rwanda, the city of Kigali to be specific. This particular game, Uganda won, they selected to bat first, and I tell you, they posted a challenging total 410 for 6 in the first 50 overs of allotted for the first innings, and Ochan Felix will be returning to bowl from the side of the hill.
Any team which can score 400 against you, it's always a big challenge, Ivan. You can't just go there in the dugout and really believe that you are going to come and chase it just comfortably. Sometimes you have to have an miraculous innings for you to chase that huge total. And now Team Mozambique have witnessed those conditions 2 times, Ivan. Yesterday it was Rwanda and today it's Uganda. As you've said, this thing is, can we outcompete ourselves? Like yesterday, we added 80. Today, can we add 90? Just like that. But I don't see Mozambique crossing that mark according to the way these two, Larry Tagi and Felix Ochana, are bowling. It's going to be a very hard task.
Yeah, what might be the likely thing to cost Uganda might be a bit of losing concentration, or maybe some low laps. But when you look at yesterday's game against Rwanda, Manuel Eduardo Mbembe Jr. was one of the players who got into the double figures. He scored 11 of 22, whereas the other double figures came from Charles Manuel Mbembe, Quelido Anselumo Okuyeyo, and Rodriguez Rimangwe. Those are the players who managed to get double figures yesterday. So you know that with Charles Manuel Mbembe still yet to come to bat, the captain himself, and also Manuel Eduardo Mbembe Jr. still at the crease, Rodriguez Rio also yet to come in, it tells you that maybe they have another chance of maybe getting some runs on board there for Mozambique. And maybe these are some of the positives that they will carry back home. Sometimes it isn't about winning, Enoch, but what happens is maybe trying and follow the processes. When you look at that game for Uganda under 19, well, when you look at the first innings of this game, Uganda was playing right in phases. They lost the first wicket of the first delivery of the innings, and it was the Vansh Patel who departed after that catch at point. But then they made sure that they recover. Samuel Ahiswe, who went to open batting alongside him, scoring a half century there. Later on, another collapse there happened. Bryce Mir Ali being run out. Then Robert Oli made his way to bat at number 4. He stuck in, converted a century. Yet when I was watching the first section of the game, I felt like Samuel Ahaisu had a very bigger chance of scoring the century, given that there was no pressure. There were so many resources in terms of the balls to face, but eventually he failed to convert. So clearly, these are some of the things that the Uganda needs to be looking forward for. And you feel that Uganda missed many doubles. Their score could have gone up like 430, but there are so many double runs that they didn't take because Mozambique were too sloppy in terms of retrieving the ball. Another maiden over in the innings there from Felix Ochan brings us to the end of the 60th, and the scoreboard still reads 8-1. And we'll be seeing now a bowling change there coming in for Uganda. And that is the first change that we saw yesterday. Still, Asiku Jackson coming in to replace Larry Itage from the side near the gate to Gahanga. That's good bowling there from Asiku. Picks up a dot ball right away. And you see now the change made in the field there again. When Jackson Asiku comes to bowl, all the other fielders are put inside the 30 and only one is being used outside at 30 man. Then also the wicket keeper comes up because Jackson Asiku has good pace, but the wicket keeper comes up to put some bit of pressure to the batter. Inside out, 2-4 there from Jackson Asiku, and that will be the second boundary. Not backing back. Manuel Eduardo Mbembe Jr. picks up that one nicely. There was no long off in place, and it is the second boundary in the run chase.
Back to that idea of having long off. If you was watching the first innings, I think I've noticed the way Team Mozambique have been arranging their fielders. I think that's the gap that the coach have to be watching and be correcting, because you can see there was in the very first place there's a time there was mid off and even long off at the same time. On the second time there was a straight hit straight behind the umpire, and there was time when there was actually a huge gap, huge place where batters, even there is this time that Samuel Haisibwe has hit 3 consecutive boundaries just because of the huge gap which was between two fielders, and Team Mozambique didn't even manage to realize it. It's just the matter that Samuel went out and even the over was ending, but Samuel was aiming to take everything to that side. So I think the coach, with the moment they will be watching the film with the analyst, the coaching staff, maybe they will be looking toward to be correcting those mistakes.
Yeah, indeed, so many things corrected in terms of the field. You saw that there was even no ball which was called because it was around, I think, the 38th over where Mozambique missed something. They had 5 fielders outside, and that costed them some runs. So the coaches need to be looking out for some of these things. We've come to the end of the 7th over. Jackson Asiku just conceding a boundary in that over. And after 7-12, a loss of 1 is what the scoreboard reads for Mozambique. There is another bowling change that has been taken for Uganda, and it will be Hamidu Munigwa coming to replace Felix Ochan. Hamidu Munigwa is a young brother to Yunus Sowobi. Yunus Sowobi was part of the team which went for the Uganda 19 team during that Under-19 World Cup in 2022. So when you look at this team, it has 2 who were brothers to people who went in the other World Cup, including Hamidu Munigwa and Robert Owili. Munigwa Hamid being a young brother to Yunus Sowobi, and Robert Owili being a young brother to Ronald O'Mara. That's the difference for Soobi and Hamid is there's an appeal there, but that ball to angling in and it could have missed the wickets down the leg. Whereas I was saying, the difference between Hamid and his elder brother Yunus, Hamid bowls spin and left arm, whereas for his brother, he bowls medium pace, if I can say. Well, then Robert Owen, he is a wicket keeper batter. His brother is also a wicket keeper batter, so I could precisely say that Ronald O'Mara was keeping in the World Cup, and now his brother is doing the same trade. But good start to the over there by Hamid Munigwa, picking up dot balls there. You see that ball which was a little angling in, he was trying to put the wickets in check. And this is a good plan. That's how you take the wickets. They have only one fielder outside the 30, and that fielder is at long off, but standing too wide. But the batter there showing you that he's watching everything. And now 5 dot balls on trot for Hamid. And it will be the final ball to end this over. A little angling in, and it will be not out again, called by the umpire, bringing us to the end of over number 8. And the scoreboard reads 12 for a loss of 1. When you look at this current game here, the bowling attack there for Uganda in terms of maidens, 1 maiden for Larry Elton Itaga, and it was a wicket maiden the very first over. Whereas Felix Ochan had 2 maidens in his spell. He has fumbled 3 overs, 2 of those being maidens. Hamid Mungo also starting off with a maiden. So Uganda has fumbled 8 overs, and 4 of those are maidens, including 1 wicket maiden over. Jackson Asuku is back into the attack. Starts with a floating ball there, but it will be a dot ball for him to start off his second over.
But Ivan, was Ronald Rutaya part of that team which went to the World Cup?
Absolutely, yes. Ronald Rutaya is part of that team which went to the U19 World Cup. He even came here during the qualifiers and went to that World Cup. He has brothers who play cricket, but unfortunately none of them has made a breakthrough into the junior sides. Apish there is a fielder. Larry Elton Itagu doesn't put down many, gets hold onto that opportunity, and the Jackson Asuku's name will get into the wicket column. Uganda picks up the second, and it will be Manuel Eduardo Mbembe Jr. who has been putting some bit of resistance. 8 of 23, he will be the man to depart.
The great thing about that under 19 which went to the World Cup is that most of the players who were there, they are already on the high performance level. They come here in Rwanda in domestic cricket, they do. You be like, hey, this is Ronald Rutaya, he can't deliver. And yes, they do deliver, Juma Miyaji, and actually they are players that under 19 have produced a lot of great players for Team Uganda, I'm telling you.
Yeah, you see the team which always plays in the under 19 and maybe makes it to the World Cup, they always have a very big chance of advancing and joining the national team setup. Look at players like the players who played for Rwanda under 19 team in that 2018 World Cup qualifier which happened in South Africa. Okay, some of them have fallen off the pack because I remember Parfait Mugisha was part of that team. Hajen Manadamasen, who is currently working as the operations manager for RSC, as part of the team. Then the person who fell off is Baptiste Hakizimana. But again, Baptiste was working as the analyst. But players like Martin Akayes were part of that team and they are still playing their cricket. So it tells you that sometimes when there is a crop of good cricketers, there is some bit of continuity from many of these cricketers. The batter who went out after being retired hat now returns, Carlos Sergio Masingue, after receiving some bit of medical attention, and he says, yes, I can continue to bat. As soon as he returns, he manages to pick up another single there for Mozambique under 19. During which I was speaking to the analyst for the under 19 team of Uganda, Jeff Mwesuko Kasozi, and he was saying that yes, Uganda scored 410 against Mozambique, but looking at the bowling attack that Uganda has in this tournament, the only thing that could make him smell if they bowl out Mozambique for less than 40 runs. So now Mozambique has 13 for 2, and the target which was set to them by the HPC team is something less than 400. So Uganda will need to make sure that they continue dotting and picking up those wickets. But we've come to the end of the over. And good figures there for Jackson Asoko. As he's bowled, conceded 5 runs and picked up a single wicket. And as we come to the end of the 9th over, 13 for 2 is what the scoreboard reads. That is the dugout there for Mozambique under 19 team.
Back to the continuity of performance of players. Even talking about Martin, even Didier Kugiman was a part of that team, and he's currently the skipper of national team. It's those are some small little details you can't take for granted. Watching players growing and growing within the game.
Yeah, and I tell you, when you look at the next crop, which was like under 19 players like Isai Nyomugabo, Eloy Erua, I think that's the theme of the Emilio Kirizas. It also shows you that under 19 team has also built some bit of continuity. So it will not be a shock of me that the current under 19 team, when you see players like Patrick Iradokunda, looks dead plumb there, and it is given by the umpire. Finally, Hamid Munigwa will make it into the wickets column. 2 balls hitting the pads in his first over, and now 2 also hitting the pads in this over, but because the batter had shuffled across the stumps and he was pinned the curls, he will be sent back to the dugout shortly after his return from the injury. Uganda picks up the 3rd. Hamdu Munigwa, still unplayable. He so far bowled 10 deliveries and is yet to concede a run, whereas now the Mozambique under 19 team has been reduced to 13 for a loss of 3.
Hamid Munigwa was trying those things for so many times. He even tried it around for 4 deliveries and two deliveries. The umpire was not interested. They did appeal, but umpire showed no interest. And even this time around, he tried it once and didn't work. And this time around, it worked. And that's the power of being consistent.
But today Uganda made one change in the playing 11 which played against Nigeria yesterday. Played, and we want to be specific. Kenneth Isiko entered into this playing 11, and Eric Muksa went out of the playing 11. But the rest of the players being maintained there for the Uganda 19 team. Now, we're still speaking about the 19 team of Rwanda, which they're having currently. When you look at players like Onesime Kwizera, players like the captain himself, Jaspanzi Zakaroro, Patrick Eradokonda, these are all players who have a lot of ability and capability to advance and make part of the next teams that will play for the senior men's team of Rwanda. The new batter here is Jose Julio Manjate. Looked to be good there in closing in on his bat. When you look at the women's side as well, players like Fanny Utagushimani, they played for the 19 team, and then she advanced. Players like Mary Joseph Tumukunde made a debut for the senior women's team. I think that was during the Nigeria Invitation Tournament. But then the Henrietta Ishimwes, Giselle Ishimwes, these are players who helped Rwanda to qualify for the World Cup during that 2020 qualifiers, and they played in the 2023 U19 Women's World Cup, the inaugural edition, was played in South Africa. So some of these players have continued and played for the national team. Then when you see players like Fanny Utagushimande, she's playing for the national team, but she's also with the junior team. They'll be looking out for her. Ruth Wimana, Omugwaneza Grace, and appeal there as Jackson Asoko returns, but the umpire shakes the head. There was a sound, but I feel the sound was from the pads, and the impact must have been outside off stump, so not given there by the umpire. But good for Uganda to show some bit of interest, because the coaches still ask that when it hits the pads, appeal. When you hear a noise, appeal. So Uganda picking all the notes there. So clear, this is how continuity happens, Enoch. That when there are so many generations which happen, you see players advancing and going on to join the national teams. So it won't be a shocker that after some time, because when you finish the under 19 team level, you go to the emerging. So many of these players, if they pick Uganda to glory, maybe they will also be coming out later, and they will also be coming out later and making sure that they do advance to maybe the successive senior teams.
We're talking about players. There is even Cedric Chuzuzo, even Belise Mrekatete was part of that team. Yeah, a lot of players actually, and that really shows the work. Yeah, even Giovanni Swase was part of it. Loud appeal, run out chance, and oh my god, a chance went begging. Ivan, I'm telling you, we can spend 5 days here without having a chance like that.
Yeah, that was a very, very clear chance. When we were under the guidance of a coach called Henry Okecho, when I played for a club that he coaches down in Uganda, he used to tell us that one even my grandmother could finish it, because what was there for Robert Owie collected the ball and whip off the ball. As simple as that. The batter was miles away, but I think Robert Owie, because he was facing the other side where the ball was coming from, his thinking was the batter was close. That's why he went on rushing. But that's clearly an opportunity which Uganda has not taken. And when you look at yesterday's game between Uganda and Nigeria, the man who scored 97, Kenneth Boniface, there for Nigeria under 19 team, he gave out about 7 chances, including a chance that he gave out when he was still on 0. And now for a team which is going to play in the World Cup, you need to make sure that you convert the half chances into full chances. So that was actually a full chance there for Robert Oli, but here not taken. So the balls which land in front of you and you don't take the catches, those are the chances that maybe cost you a good performance or maybe a World Cup. So Uganda needs to be keeping this at the back of their head. If they are to advance and maybe continue, they will have to make sure that they take all those chances. 11 overs have been bowled and 14 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads. Good figures there for Jackson Asiku on the one run in that over. Emerson Rita Ndi Zuute has 1 of 22 and Jose Julio Manjate has 0 of 5. Manigwa Hamidu is back into the attack. He is yet to concede a run, and that is his 13th delivery without him conceding a run. He has 1 wicket so far in his spell, and now he returns for Uganda with back-to-back dot balls there.
Hamid Munigwa along with Hamid and Jackson, who are keeping the stumps into the business. They're always trying to see if they can catch the batter sleeping. Right there, that's the line. Anything coming straight to the stumps, these batters can't even give it a chance. Straight on the stumps, and another one goes down, Ivan.
Yeah, that is the importance of bowling stump to stump. Hamid Munigwa, when he bowls it stump to stump, it either hits the stumps or it goes on and rearranges the furniture. Yet to concede a run, and after bowling 17 deliveries, and is now picked up another wicket. Uganda has now so far picked up 4 wickets, and 14 for a loss of 4 is what Mozambique has currently on board. Uganda clearly putting some bit of pressure again, and that's the replay there right in your frame. The ball pitching to middle stump and then turning away. The bat looked to be in a very good shape to block that one. Unfortunately, nowhere in the frame, and in the end, another wicket there for Uganda under 19. The captain now makes his way to the middle. Charles Manuel Mbembe. Using his wrists very, very nicely. Charles Manuel Mbembe. Again, very, very good with his defensive shots. Charles Manuel Mbembe. Beg your correction. The current button striker is not Charles Manuel, it is Jose Julio Manjate. It's getting on close to that one. And it is another dot ball there for Jackson Asiku. Some pinpoint accuracy. In his display. Keeping the wickets in check on each and every delivery there that he is bowling Jackson Asiku. From the edge of the bat, but not taken by the keeper. Thick outside edge. Diving would have been a very good thing to do there for the keeper to hold onto that one. It gets into the gap and it is a single for Mozambique under 19, bringing the 13th over to an end. 15 for 4 is what the scoreboard reads for Mozambique under 19. That is the medical. Oh, sorry, it's not the medical tent. I said that Hisimbi Henriette, who was part of that team that played for Rwanda under 19 team women in that World Cup in 2023 in South Africa. She is working as part of the hospitality team, making sure that the teams are well replenished and also keeping around with the game. She also plays some bit of domestic cricket. I think she is with a club called Soruwato Cricket Club, which comes from the place where she hails from, Chinihira. Hamed Munigwa has bowled 3 overs and is yet to concede a run, but he has picked up 2 wickets in his spell. And now he will be returning there for Uganda under 19. Returns with the dot ball there. And that has been his plan. Hit me, I hit the pads, or I hit the furniture. From the inside edge of the bat, Bastoi to the fielder, Felix Ochan there at short fine leg. The only biggest issue is that the batter is shuffling early across the stumps, so any delivery which will keep low and maybe go on to hit his pads might put the batter in danger. Need to make sure that you're just moving your feet and going to play the balls, but not committing early before even seeing where the ball will turn. So some work there to do for Jose Julio. You clearly see there he shuffles early, and it might be risky. Forward balls on trot again there for Monigwa Hamid. Make it 22 deliveries without conceding a run. And that dot will make it 25. One more remaining in the over. And it will be a maiden over. 4 maiden is on trot for Monigwa Hamid. 2 wicket maiden overs in that spell. End of the 14th. And the 15 for a loss of 4 is what the scoreboard reads. The bowling change there will be taken for the Uganda under 19 team, and it is the man with the headband on his head. Bowls right and bats left. Richard Sohera to come into the attack. A little expensive yesterday in his spell, but now he has a task and an opportunity to redeem himself basing on the way he bowled yesterday. Richard Sohera replaces Jackson Asiku. Dead plumb and given by the umpire. It is the captain, Charles Manuel Mbembe, who shuffles early across the stumps. Didn't get anything to the bat and he will go without scoring. Golden duck for him to be precise. Uganda picks up the 5th wicket. Mozambique under 19 is now 15 for 5. The man who was the leading run scorer yesterday in the run chase, 24 runs for him, the captain, dejected and unhappy as he makes his way back to the hut. Into the bowling attack, Richard Sohera, and into the wickets column. Pinpoint accuracy with that delivery, but that's the replay there. The batter shuffling early before he saw the ball, beaten completely, and Klaus Schumacher from Namibia raises up the finger instantly. Uganda with the 5th wicket. Kwelido Anselmo Ukweio makes his way to the middle to replace the skipper for the side. Uganda making good inroads and making a good bowling display so far here at the Gahanga B Stadium.
Can see that every single bowler who was down there standing and who was fielding, they really saw the right lines to bowl. They saw the right lines and areas to be picking, because anything coming straight to the stumps is challenging these boys of Mozambique under 19 men's. So now let us see. You've been talking about improving. That's not about winning. It's all about getting better, just 1% at a time. And Richard Sohera really understand the assignment, just keeping it on the stumps, not trying a lot of things, just keeping the stumps into the equation.
I tell you, sometimes what happens is oh, that is ugly to see. It is not a time of overheating. It is not a T20 game. I was telling what's always important to say, Enoch, is that you need to make sure that you stick on the plan, you stick on the processes, and you stick on to play within phases. But now the current batter, Anselmo, is showing that he is in some bit of a rush, and that might be dangerous for him. A maiden wicket over for Richard Sohera to start off his spell. End of the 15th. 15 for 5 is what the scoreboard reads for Mozambique. Match day 2 of the ICC Africa Under 19 World Cup Division 2 qualifiers. Ahmed Domingo has foulballed 4 overs which are maiden. He's yet to consider run returns for Uganda. That one a little angling into the batter, and he manages to try and find the gap at mid-wicket, but there was some good fielding there to deny him. 25th dot ball for Hamid in his spell. That will be the 26th dot for Hamid, who is continuing to ask tough questions. He's picked up 2 wickets so far. The first one was LBW and the second one was bowled. But it tells you about the discipline he's using to bowl. Not too flighted, but he's bowling it out of flatter and he's making sure that he keeps it within the wickets. Make sure that if you're hitting him anywhere, you pick him from there. Beaten, and it rushes into the pads, but that ball judged to be going down the leg by the umpire, and it is not given. Another dot ball for Hamid. 29th dot ball in the innings for Muningwa Hamid. Simply unplayable. I will be coming to bowl the final ball of the over, and it will be a dot ball. 16 overs have been bowled here at the GAHANGA Stadium, and the scoreboard reads 15 for 5 after 16 overs. The back of a maiden wicket over, Richard Sohera will now return for Uganda under 19. Bowling to the left-handed batter. The left-hander there trying to go for the slog sweep, but didn't make any timing. And those are some of the cunning techniques there from Richard Zohera. He has those quick balls that he always bowls. So Anselmo needs to be cautious of those. There's been a fielder put in place for the shots that Anselmo is trying to play. Devansh Patel sent down to our corner. Dotty ball. The current passage of play for Uganda Enoch has been dotty balls. 5 maiden overs for Hamid Munigwa. And now Richard Sohera. Absolutely unplayable. That is up in the air. There is a fielder. Straight into the hands of the fielder who has been put in place. Devansh Kumar Ritesh Patel. And he takes the catch. Just like that, the plan works out for Uganda. He saw that he was attempting to play. He went to pace off, just put it in the area for him to try and hit. Kwalido Anselmo, after facing 9 deliveries, makes contact. He gets elevation but not distance. Devansh Kumar Patel at Kaukona takes the catch. And Mozambique lose the 6th wicket. 15 for 6 is the score.
I really like to see young players who are very, if I can say, who are critical thinkers. The player who can be like, now let me act like I'm the main guy. The way Richard Sohera decided to place that field in that position, saying that now let me give him and let him play, and believing that the field is going to do the job. Look at it, catching that one on the second attempt. This really shows the bright future for Team Uganda national team.
Yeah, critical thinking and patience have to move hand in hand at this level. Cristiano Jose Sto is the new batter in. Not surprised that there is a Cristiano here because Mozambique use Portuguese as the official language. So you know the famous Cristiano Ronaldo. Other people's goats, but not mine. I'm a Lionel Andres Messi person. So maybe when this current generation goes of the Messi Ronaldo, I might turn to the Spanish youngster. Lamine Yamal. Off the inside edge of the bat, but it will be another dotty ball there. Back-to-back maiden wicket overs for Richard Sohera. And as we come to the end of over number 17, 15 runs for a loss of 6 is where Mozambique stands at the moment. I tell you, this tournament might get down to net run rate. So clearly, Uganda needs to make sure that they don't allow Mozambique to get so many runs, because yesterday, Rwanda, after defeating Mozambique, they had a net run rate of about 6. Uganda slept with 2. So a win here will put them in some good contention given the upcoming games, because we might see weather coming into play, but then you need to win and win well, because that's very, very important. But Monigo Hamid returns into the attack. Absolutely unplayable. 32 dot balls. He's so far bowled in the innings. Make it the 33rd. Not allowing the batters to get anything there. Another dotty ball. Good bowling display here for the baby cricket cranes. the team that hails from the Pearl of Africa, just making sure that they continue with the business here at the Gahanga B Stadium, not allowing anything here for the batters. Wicket for Hamidu Munigwa, make it the third in his spell. Absolutely unplayable there for Hamidu Munigwa. He's bowled 35 deliveries, picked up 3 wickets in those 35 deliveries. 2 of those are bowled, one was LBW, but trouble continues there for Mozambique under 19. The plan from the selector of the team, Jeff Moswakasos, was that they will score below 40 runs. And I tell you, at the moment, they are 15 for a loss of 7.
Hamidu Munigwa understanding what he's really supposed to be doing, just keeping the stumps in the business. And look at that. The guy is even no longer celebrating because he knows what's going to be the outcome of the things he's doing. Every single time you place it into the stumps, it's turning out to be a wicket.
The umpires have called for the drinks. And we will take a short break here at the comms. $15 for a loss of 7 after 17.5 overs. Mozambique come to the end of the drinks break. There has not been too much application in terms of batting there for Mozambique under 19. They are not even trying to hang around. Sohera Richard is into the attack for Uganda under 19 team. He might start with beating the outside edge of the blade. Starts off with the dot ball. He has 4 bowled 2 maiden overs. Whereas his partner who is bowling from the other side, Hamed Munigwa, has so far bowled 6 maiden overs. It's been a good bowling display for the Uganda under 19 team. Wicket. The batter trying to shuffle. The batter trying to play some cunning tricks. But Richard Sohera undeterred. Richard Sohera sticking on the plan. Pinpoint accuracy, and Uganda picks up the 8th wicket. 15 for 8. Mozambique.
They are called under 19. Actually, it's ICC under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. But the way these Ugandans are playing, seems like they have brought some senior men. The way they are analyzing every single motion and the way they are just reading the game, it's something else. And whenever 2 or 3 or 4 players gathers and you have chat, please expect something hot to be coming on the table.
It has been dot ball wicket. Dot ball wicket. The current tale of the tape here at the Gahanga B Stadium. The Ugandan pace bowlers look to be unplayable, but the spinners have looked to be ruthless. None of the spinners has conceded a run, but what they have done is pick up wickets. 3 wickets for Richard Sohera, 3 wickets for Hamidu Munigwa, the spinners who came into the attack. Mozambique under 19, 15 for 8. The new batter in Rodriguez Rio Mangwe making his way to the middle. Yesterday he made double figures during that run chase against Rwanda, but today is another day. Uganda not taking any chances. Long on and Kawakona in place for the new batter. And it is another wicket. Richard Sohera pinpoint accuracy beats the new man completely. No idea whatsoever. Uganda loving this wicket. The celebration eminent. Clear there as you can see from your frame. But Richard Sohera, what a bowling display there from the young man.
Ivan, we've been talking about improving 1% a day, a time. And apart from this young guy picking up those wickets, you see the art of being consistent, knowing what is working for him and sticking there till the end of the day. We have seen bowlers dominating disqualifiers in disqualification. Yesterday it was Felix Ochan, and today it's Richard Sohera. Even batting, you've seen Samuel Ahesibwe hitting 70s 2 times, and even Roberts, who stood up with Ahesibwe and driven the game. And even today, Robert, he just started off just like a player who's playing test, and in the end it was like maximum boundary. He was just trying to get to 150. That shows you the quality those players they have got.
Good points you do make, but for now it is the last batter to make his way from the heart of Mozambique. Seraphim Carlos Manicha. I beg your pardon, Seraphim Carlos Manica to face the hat-trick ball from Richard Sohera. He will survive it momentarily. But just one more wicket here for Uganda to wrap up the innings. Go cool off and wait for tomorrow, the rest day. From the other side, Nigeria has already defeated their neighbors of Ghana. And here the business is still going on at the Gahanga B Stadium. 15 for 9. Mozambique. Because they have not showed up with the bat anyway. That one angling a little too much. So the appeal there from Richard Sohera will not give him the reward over the wicket. But look at his bowling figures. He has bowled 4 overs. 4 maiden overs to be specific. Picked up 4 wickets. And now, after 19, Mozambique. But that's the bowling card there for Uganda. Look at the dotty balls passage for the innings. 4 wickets for Richard Sohera, 3 for Hamidu Munigwa. Hamidu has bowled 6 maiden overs. Hamidu 3 maiden overs. And that's the bowling card there for Uganda. The fall of wickets from the 6th wicket, the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th have all fallen without contributing any runs. And Hamidu Munigwa will be coming to bowl over number 20. He has bowled 6 maiden overs and picked up 3 wickets. Now he is back into the attack for Uganda under 19. I see all the fielders inside the 30, apart from one at 45. That one being played to mid wicket, but well fielded by Jackson Asoko, and it is another dot ball for Munigwa. Make it the 37th dot ball in his spell. Hits it a little backward of length, but still not dispatched away. Another dot ball. Uganda clearly controlling the business here at Gahanga. A bit flighted there, but still not hit by the batter. The batters, you feel that there was a chance for them to pick up that run, but they didn't show any interest.
I'm pretty sure that if a person have not watched this live, come to check the scorecard, like a Ugandan or a person from Mozambique, will not believe these two spells of these young kids, this Hamid Munigwa and Richard Sohera, watching a player bowling 6 overs to 7 overs and bowling 7 maidens, 3 overs, 3 maidens, and 4 wickets. It's something you don't see quite often.
Yeah, that batter there going across the line. Sarah. Rodriguez. Mangwi tries to go for the drive, but it is straight to the fielder. And it is a dot ball. Make it the 7th over for Hamid Munugo without conceding a runs. Without conceding a run and make it another maiden over. 20 overs gone and 15 for 9 is the score. 2 wickets in his previous over. Double wicket maiden over to be specific. Richard Sohera will now be coming into the attack ball over number 21 of the innings. One fielder outside the 30 and that fielder is at mid wicket. As Richard Sohera, the man with the headman, comes into the attack. Starts off his over with a dot ball. That one beats the outside edge of the bat and it is quickly collected by the wicket keeper Robert Owili. Another dot ball in the over. The batter had no idea on where that one went. Tomorrow the tournament will take a rest and Uganda will play their next game at the IPRC Cricket Oval after tomorrow's rest day. And that game that Uganda will play at the IPRC Cricket Ground will be against Ghana. Now Richard Sohera changing bowling ends and he will be now coming right arm around the wickets to create some bit of angle. Beats the outside edge of the bat. Quick glove work there from the keeper. But it is not out. One more remaining in this over, the 21st over. And at the end, if this is a dot ball, it will mark the 4th maiden over for Richard Sohera. Yes, 4 dot balls there for Richard Sohera, bringing the 21st to an end. 15 for 9 is what the scoreboard reads. Not sure what the thinking is now for the two batters currently at the crease for Mozambique.
Richard Sohera and Hamid Munigwa now dealing in form of maidens. 396 runs required. Oh my God. He just cross-batted that one, and the fielder at mid-wicket. Actually, it's not that because it was hit powerfully or it was quick. The fielder was used to those dot deliveries and those whatevers, and it's Samuel Ahasibwe who was not used to see these batters playing and getting runs, and that one caught him sleeping, Ivan.
Yeah, clearly that ball went to Samuel Ahiso when he never expected it. So you would clearly feel that it could beat him any day. It was a little troubling to him so much, but now Richards Hamid Mungo wanted to buy that wicket. That's why that ball was a little flighted and giving the batter just pick up that boundary. There's nothing as frustrating as the last wicket. Some feel that the game is close, but I tell you, these last batters have that habit of sticking around. 4 of 10 for Rodriguez Ray Mangwe. and Seraphim Carlos Manica is yet to get off the mark. All the fielders are inside the 30. And I tell you, Rodriguez has shown his ability to score boundaries.
Yeah, back to that idea of the last wicket. I do remember this game in Ashes 2019 when Benny Stokes was playing along with Rich. That Ashes where Benny Stokes carried the team through on his back. I've heard the captain of Australia saying that we thought that the Ashes was now into our hands, but Benny Stokes managed to go all day and they took the game away from Australia. I'm not saying that it's the one which is going to happen here, but that really happened back in times.
You can even say, after all, it is your opinion. But we've come to the end of the 22nd over, and the 20-for-9 is the score. So Hera Richard now returns a product of the Eastern region. He is from Ginger State Secondary School. He started his cricket career under the gentleman called Habib Mugarula, who has produced many. Men have gone to play for the national team, including Kenneth Waiswa, Calvin Watua. All those have been through Habib Mugarula. And he's a very celebrated man when it comes to women's cricket in Uganda. Every single run here is being celebrated by the Mozambique dugout like a boundary. But there was an appeal. Sorry, there was a chance to take the run out that throw had gone to the bowler's end. But Ochan getting the ball, and what came into his head right I was throwing it to the keeper's end. Richard Sohera also concedes a run in the current passage of play. Speaking about the players who have been in the women's setup and have been under the hands of Habib Mugarula, they do include Rachel Ntono, Stephanie Nampina currently with the team, Ritam Samali, Susan Kakai made a debut for the team right here in Kigali during one of the editions of Kwibuka. And even the current crop has many, the likes of Marina Miro, all of them earning their stripes. Shira Namagoba. But they are quick with his defenses. That's what I told you, Enoch. The last wicket is always a frustrating one to get, but it will be the final ball to end the over from Richard Sohera.
Richard showing the wicketkeeper some signs of floating the ball into the air. Now let us see.
I think wanted to ball it a little backward of length to make sure that if the batter gets out of the ground to make access, maybe the wicketkeeper Robert Oily can wipe off the bells, but the batter not falling for it. End of the over, 23 gone and 21 for 9 is the score. The overs bowled are currently still more than the number of runs that have been scored by Mozambique. There's been some change in the blades there. I saw some new bats being brought on by the 12th man. But for now, it will be Hamidu Munigwa to return for Uganda under 19.
Previously, they got a boundary. Now let us see the plan for Hamid.
You're not sure if they have brought bats that can hit the ball very far. But they have brought some new bats. A little uppish. 2 balls have been hit in that place. But again, you cannot set a field because the ball has been hit somewhere. And both of them landed safely. And you see now the player at mid-wicket coming a little wide. That's up in the air and chance to catch. Running backward, Samuel Ahaisibwe got hold onto it, but it never stuck in his hands. You feel that that there is some dejection there in Hamed Omonigwa, not happy because someone else had gotten to the ball but didn't just cushion it well. An opportunity created and an opportunity put down.
And you've made the point that you can't adjust the field according to where the ball is landing. And something happened. I thought that you noticed it. Another chance created and another chance went down. Something that I've noticed, Samuel saw the ball landing in that region 2 times and he was standing right there and he just made some changes thinking that the ball is coming again. And after moving, the ball went into the same place where it was and he was just fighting every single demon to get back there and it can't work.
Yeah, if it had gotten him where he was initially, he could have taken that catch. But because he had moved away already, the opportunity created is not taken. There was another chance to catch there by Abrazmir Ali at slips, but he never took the catch. And the edge, and that outside edge gave Mozambique another run, 23 for 9. And it will be the final ball to end the over by Hamed Omonigwa. The last wickets always have that habit of sticking around. And yes, these two are now hanging on. Dot ball to end the over. 24 gone and 23 for 9 is the score. Now the players are starting to get frustrated because they have not found a way of getting this last wicket. Richard Sohera is back into the attack for Uganda. Two fielders outside the 30 and both of them starting at 45 yards. Itag Larry at long on and Felix Ochan at mid wicket. Flighted. And clearly you saw the idea there from the batter wanted to go across the line. So maybe the plan will work out for Richard Sohera. Bring it a little closer. And deflate it again. Now he has dropped to the mid wicket fielder, Felix Ochan to the boundary. Meaning he will be looking at fletching the ball again to run by the wicket. The batter equal to the challenge. He doesn't go for the flight. He plays it dead.
Last wicket is now being the last wicket for Louis. Right on the stumps and the right on the bat. Selafim Carlos Manica not selling his wicket freely. I think Richard Sohera will now have to learn something else.
Because the batter is getting used to the flighted runs, ball a quick one to the wickets and safely will be equal to the challenge. That is continued with the flights. Serafim Carlos and Rodriguez Rue don't show that they have any plans of scoring runs, but they are showing clear that they have the plans of sticking around. Now the mid-wicket fielder has come in and Richard Soda stand and is coming right arm round. I beg your pardon, it is the long off who came in, but it is a dot ball to end the over. 25 gone and 23 for 9 is the score. 1 of 20 for Serafim Carlos Manica. And Rodriguez Ray Mango is on 6 of 19. The two batters currently at the crease for Mozambique under 19. That's the equation there. Very, very ungettable. 388 from 150. But these two are making sure that they play as many overs as they can.
At this point, that's where the captain will start to feel like even though these spinners, it's working, but what about bringing a player like Ochan and ask him if he can just give me some Yorkers straight on the stumps or Elton Itagi?
Yeah, better these two batters are looking very, very comfortable with the spin, and they don't look like they will give away their wickets. So you make a very good point there, Enoch. I would also think about May Simmers. Maybe give Ochan one there and Larry one here and see what happens. Up in the air, but again, Samuel Ahaisiwa doesn't get hold onto it. It was nowhere close, and it will be another run taken there.
Samuel always being the victim.
Yeah, the balls are hunting for him wherever he is.
And you see him trying. He's trying to do everything. He was just moving sideways, just trying to give it a dive, but again, he'd have minded that.
Yeah, Hamid Munigwa now switching him with Richard Sohera. A quick one down the leg will give them 2 runs. There is a chance to take the run out, but not a very timely throw coming in from Larry. Oh, the umpire confirms that has touched something. You know, cricket is not about trying, it's about doing it. Wicket and the end of the innings. The batter there beaten completely and had no idea on that delivery. Leaves it alone, and the ball goes on to rearrange the furniture. You see it clear there from your replay. Wanted to block it, but then was nowhere in the frame. Mozambique all out for just 10 runs. A late resurgence. These two started came out of the crease when Zimbabwe, I beg your pardon, Mozambique had 15 runs. But in the end, they have not managed to hang around for so long despite putting a somehow formidable total. The selector's opinion was having Mozambique score less than 40 runs. And yeah, boy oh boy, they have managed only 26 runs. The handshakes, the bear hugs, as we come to the end of match day number 2 at this ground. And when you look at what the fixtures read, tomorrow is a rest day. On Wednesday, the 12th of August, 9:30 in Kigali and 10:30 in East Africa. Uganda, to be specific, Nigeria will take on Rwanda at the Gahanga main oval. Mozambique will take on Sierra Leone at this ground, whereas at the Regional Polytechnic College ground in Kigali, the IPRC ground, Uganda will be squaring off against Ghana. What I tell you, it has been in this game. A game where you could have seen 2 records being broken. The highest run scorer record and the lowest score record. But now, this is the match summary. The batting card there for Mozambique under 19. Good, they say there is nothing much to talk about it apart from the 8 runs of 23 from Manuel Eduardo Mbembe Jr. and the unbeaten Rodriguez Mangwe, 7 of 22. 4x was given away by Uganda. And the bowling card there for Uganda under 19. Larry Elton Itag bowled 3 overs, picked up only a single wicket. Same as Jackson Asiku. But the 2 spinners, Hamidu Munigo and Richard Sohera, absolutely unplayable. Hamidu bowled 9.5 overs, picked up 4 wickets. Whereas Richard bowled 6 and picked up 4 wickets. Both of them operating at a convergence of 0.92 and 0.17 respectively. Mozambique being bowled out in 25.5 overs, and that is the match summary. Uganda won the toss and elected to bat first, and Robert Owili listed the innings. 132 runs from 96 balls. Samuel Ahaisiwa, great support, 77 of 35 and 36 of 56 from the captain Daniel Alex Rubanga Kenny. 2 wickets for Charles Manuel Mbembe, but he went for many, 69 in 10. 82 also for Fabio Alberto Novella, but he's gone for many. 82 in 9. Emerson Rita Ndi Zuete picked up only a single wicket and went for 68 in his 10. Whereas in response, only Manuel Eduardo Mbembe Jr. managed 8 of 23 and Rodriguez Rui Maungo 7 of 22 plus Serafim Carlos Manika 3 of 22. And the spinners for Uganda unplayable. Hamidu Munigwa 4 for 9 in 9.5. Richard Sohera 4 for 1 in 6. And Larry Ellington Itagi 1 for 7 in 3. Uganda managing to win this game by a massive 384 runs. I'm Ivan Sipan Sajabi here in the comms, and I was here with Enoch Gasana, who will be coming to you shortly with the post-match presentation. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you stick around to hear what the captains have to say about this match.
Respect. 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 Respect.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-match presentation of game day number 2. It was Uganda taking on Team Zimbabwe and its ICC Men's Under-19 World Cup Qualifiers Division 2. And I would like to call upon the captain of Mozambique to have some chat. Captain, please get closer. This was game number 2, and on day number 2, where do you think that you have fallen short? Yesterday it was Team Rwanda, and today it's Team Uganda. Where did you fall short?
The first, congratulations for the Team Uganda for the won today, and the congratulations for my team to try to play off the Uganda. Uganda is the best team for the tournament, and we try to win the next match of the Sierra Leone, Ghana, and so try. That is.
What is the mentality heading to game day number 3?
We try to evade more drop catch and take more wickets and score runs, not lose more wickets in 10 first overs.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
That was it from the captain of Mozambique, and I would like to call upon the winning captain, Rwangakene Daniel Alex. Captain, congratulations on day number 2. You have also managed to take the second win. What's the secret? How was it?
There is no secret on our second win. It was just basics of the game, just playing all our overs, and we made everything very simple.
What would you like to send as a message to Samuel after playing those consecutive 70s?
The message I can send to Samuel is converting the 70s he has scored into 100, which is more better for our team.
Okay, all the best, Captain, even in the upcoming game.
Yeah, the upcoming game, we are coming back strong again in the upcoming games that we are going to play. So,
thank you. That was it from the winning captain, Rwangakene Daniel Alex. And it's the moment to reward the player of the game. And we have 2 candidates. There is Richard Sohero, who has scored 32 and picked 4 wickets. But the player of the game is none other than Robert Owili, who have scored 132 just in few deliveries. Robert, please come and pick up your award. And I would like to call upon Forster to give all the award. Robert, congratulations and well done. Yesterday, I was watching the way you were playing, and you was just playing slowly. I even never expected you to hit a 6, but today you showed a different game and a different performance. What is the mentality behind that performance?
Actually, when I came into bat, our team was for 2, and as a team we had an expectation. Yeah, we had to score at least 400 runs to boost the run rate to be on a safe side. So I had to come in and first play myself in, then boost the score.
What was the feeling after raising your bat and helmet?
Actually, I felt so happy shining in this yellow jersey. I think it's a privilege. Yeah.
So what's the mentality heading to the next game?
The mentality heading into the next game, we just have to be positive, and I'll stay positive. I and my teammates still go through.
All the best.
Thank you.
That was it from the player of the game. It's Robert Owili, who have scored 132 runs. Please stay tuned. Tomorrow it's a resting day, but even next tomorrow we are coming.